And of course, we all need someone to wash our sins away. We need that amazing grace in our lives. Good morning, and thank you very much for joining us here on the Super Morning Show on Joy 99.7 FM. Thursday, the 19th day of February 2026. How are you doing this morning? I believe you're doing very well. Great song by Daughters of Glorious Jesus. Felt I should start with this one. Remind all of us of what God does in our lives. But coming up this morning here on the Super Morning Show on Joy 99.7 FM. So the presidency yesterday told us how the Chief Justice, after going through petitions for the removal of the chairperson of the Electoral Commission and her deputies, as well as the special prosecutor, did not find a prima facie case against them, and thus there will be no committee to further probe the allegations. Now, based on what we have seen this morning, one says, while the allegations raise serious constitutional and administrative questions, they do not on their face meet the threshold required for a prima facie determination of stated misbehavior of incompetence, warranting that a committee be set up to inquire into the petition. The petition largely rests on conclusions of unlawfulness and bad faith without establishing at a preliminary level clear facts demonstrating intentional wrongdoing or a manifest inability to perform constitutional functions. Even if the Commission's actions or inactions are assumed to be erroneous, controversial, or suboptimal, such shortcomings do not automatically translate into stated misbehavior or incompetence within the constitutional sense. Interesting conclusions. So this morning we're going to be getting into this. How is it possible that a petition that raises serious constitutional and administrative questions doesn't warrant a committee to probe? What's coming up this morning here on the Super Morning Show? So, yesterday we shared with you a statement from the Ministry of Finance indicating the payment of 10 billion Ghana cedis due as part of the domestic debt exchange program. And many of you asked questions. Well, this morning we'll get a representative from the Ministry of Finance to address all these questions here on the Super Morning Show on Joy 99.7 FM. My name is Winston Amoah. But we do this show with you. So let's get interactive this morning here on the Super Morning Show. Get on to X, use the hashtag JoySMS. And on WhatsApp 055 1111997. it's a Thursday morning, so also coming up this morning here on the Super Morning Show on Joy 99.7 FM is Food for Thought with Uncle Ebo White, which means we can now bring you the news at 6 by Mami Esi Nyamiche Thompson.
He paid the debt, he did not owe. I owe the debt, I could not pay. I needed someone to wash my sins away. Now I can sing the praise song, amazing grace. Lord Jesus paid the debt that I could never pay. Oh yeah, he paid the debt, he did not owe. I owe the debt, I could not pay. I needed someone to wash my sins away. Now I can sing a brand new song, amazing grace. Lord Jesus paid the debt that I could never pay. To wash my sins away. Now I can sing a brand new song, amazing grace. Lord Jesus paid the debt that I could never pay. He paid the debt, he did not owe. All the debt I could not pay. I needed someone to wash my sins away. Now I can sing a brand new song, amazing grace.
Hello, good morning. Welcome to Joy News at 6. The news is live on Joy 99.7 FM, hits 103.9 FM in Accra. In Kumasi, we'll love 99.5 and in all 16 regions of Ghana via various affiliates. Also live on myjoyonline.com, X Spaces, YouTube and Facebook. Coming up, government to end raw exports in 5 years with new policy shift to transform Ghana's mining sector.
It is no longer acceptable for Ghana to continue to export raw ores and import finished products. We must aim to eliminate raw ore exports within the next 5 years.
Meanwhile, Minister Amoah has a warning for foreign investors hiding behind Ghanaian names.
We frown on, we will not condone any form of fronting using Ghanaians.
Also this morning, Gender Minister shows alleged baby thief caught at Mamprobi Polyclinic will be prosecuted if found guilty.
What she did, we all agree that it's a criminal offense. And so if we are offering support, doesn't mean that she is not going to face the law. She will face the law all the time.
In business,
government settles all arrears of SNIT contributions for public sector workers. Details on the Joy Business Report.
These and more with me, Mami Esi Nyamiche Thompson. Stay for details. President Mahama signaled a major policy shift in Ghana's mining sector, declaring that the era of exporting raw ore while importing finished products must come to an end. He revealed plans to eliminate raw ore exports within the next 5 years, positioning value addition as a central pillar of government's policy. The president also disclosed that mining laws and regulatory frameworks are being reviewed to empower Ghanaian businesses to move higher up the mining value chain. He spoke at the 2026 Local Content Summit in Takoradi.
We'll incentivize mining firms to build local capacity and not simply purchase locally. Equity participation, technology transfer, and knowledge sharing must become standard practice and not the exception. It is no longer acceptable for Ghana to continue to export raw ores and import finished products. We must aim to eliminate raw ore exports within the next 5 years. We must support the establishment of refineries and bullion infrastructure. We must promote mineral-based industrial clusters. No mining sector can be competitive without a skilled workforce. And so we will strengthen institutions such as UMAT and our technical universities. We'll deepen apprenticeship programs in collaboration with the mining industry.
The Minister for Lands and Natural Resources, Emmanuel Amoah, has warned that the practice of foreign companies hiding behind Ghanaian names will not be tolerated.
That the wealth of our land must serve the welfare of our people. The platform we are trying to create, the great opportunity we are opening for Ghanaian participation, comes with a solemn warning. We frown on, we will not condone any form of fronting using Ghanaians. The practice where foreign companies hide behind Ghanaian names, using our people as mere marks to satisfy regulatory requirements, while retaining all the control and the benefit, is a theft of opportunity and a betrayal of everything this summit stands for. To my fellow Ghanaians, brothers, and do not sell your birthright for crumbs when you can own the bakery.
Meanwhile, NIMAS has arrested 3 suspected Galamsey kingpins in the Bakwai municipality after they allegedly attempted to bribe the task force with 119,825 Ghana cedis following a raid on illegal mining sites at Edrenase and Kotokro in the Shanti region. The operation led to the destruction of makeshift structures and the seizure of an excavator, 2 excavator monitors and an unregistered motorcycle. The suspects were handed over to the Bakwai police for investigation, while NIMAS has warned that both illegal miners and their financiers will face swift action and prosecution. Moving on, former Chief Justice Sophia Kufu is calling for a rethink of Ghana's democratic practice, urging a system that goes beyond periodic elections to one that promotes inclusion and equal opportunity for all. She made the call at the 57th anniversary annual peace walk of the Rotary Club of Accra West in Accra.
I don't think we have a beautiful countryside. We have a sad countryside. And the fact that people are building fancy buildings in neighborhoods such as this should give us cause for concern. Because being on the outside looking in is not a good social contract. There's exclusion going on. Elections must become only preliminaries towards assured democratic lifestyle for all, not cyclical events that in reality yield nothing meaningful for deprived and excluded groups.
Minister for Gender, Children and Social Protection Agnes Momolate says the woman accused of stealing a baby at Mabrobi Polyclinic in the early hours of Wednesday will be prosecuted if she's found guilty. The minister said the woman's motive for stealing the baby was due to her inability to conceive a child on her own after being married for years.
What she did, we all agree that it's a criminal offense. And so if we are offering support, doesn't mean that she is not going to face the law. She will face the law all the same. She's in police custody. I haven't heard of her being bailed yet. I have spoken with her husband earlier. And so they are aware that in as much as we empathize with the situation or the pressure that might have led to her doing what she did, the law, is there to make sure that justice is served to baby and mother.
Meanwhile, the office of the First Lady has expressed relief after the stolen baby from the clinic was safely recovered and reunited with her mother. The First Lady praised the Ghana Police Service for their swift action, condemned the act as unconscionable, and urged medical facilities to strengthen security to protect mothers and newborns. She also advised individuals seeking adoption to follow the lawful process through accredited agencies. Now, pupils make their way to and fro school along a dusty pothole-ridden road, covering their faces with handkerchiefs, has become part of the daily routine as every passing vehicle leaves behind a haze of dust that blurs visibility on the Kwabenya-Brekusu-Kitase stretch. Beyond the classroom, health workers report increasing respiratory diseases. Perlo Fori has more on the Roads of Peril series.
A cry for help. Oh, where from? That's what the high Brekusu. Please tell the president to fix this road for us. The dust is affecting our health.
A hospital struggling under the effects of a bad road.
We have respiratory tract infections, both adults and the kids as well.
This is the Brusu Road. Commuting to and from school should not be this uncomfortable. But for these young ones in Brusu, it is. Every day, pupils walk along this untarred stretch, bracing themselves for the next passing vehicle. When a vehicle approaches, they pause and cover their faces, knowing that once it passes, the dust will follow. Gabriel Maupemo says he is allergic to the dust and is worried about what constant exposure could mean for his health.
You see, when the cars are going, the dust that comes straight, it comes straight to my eye. It makes it itch me. Sometimes I have bad eyesight at that time. And even inhaling it, sometimes I cough.
Well, that's how we end this morning's bulletin here on Joe 99.7 FM. I am Amisi Nyamiche Thompson. Up next is business on the Super Morning Show.
Oh, jump on now. Go. Google me. And what time when you come back where I don't hear the sound of your car? Why you buy new car? No, I don't change my car. It be the same ride. It be the fuel way I change. Way one shouts it. Ever since I started using the all-new Excellium Premium Fuel, fortified with 3-in-1 action. Oh, Joe, now my car they run like electric car. No, it's so. This is the type of fuel where they want to. Cause now engine they cost. Where they want for way if I buy it, it go protect my engine. And with the small way I buy, I go drive, sir. Absolutely. It's like strapping a turbocharger to your engine and giving it a protector. And what they bust my mindset be the 3-in-1 action, no? Excellium they prevent up to 99% of deposit. It be anti-wear, some be anti-corrosion. One pair way now open there. Hey, so where can I find this magical fuel? Just head over to any Total Energy service station and your car will thank you. Hey, then make a finish my gobe fast then rush go Total Energies. My friend, but why your hand my gobe inside? I give you info. Make a fill the gobe too small. Go. Joe Pana. Excellium is designed to protect your car engine, decrease fuel consumption, and lower CO2 emissions. Don't say fuel, say Excellium. Choose Excellium, choose quality.
When I say ABSA, you say yes. ABSA Bakiti, we go say yes this 2026 till your jobs start dropping down. Yes, you listening to me right now. I know you get dreams. A work is here, and they work it well. Like me, I want to buy that Porsche car I've been dreaming of. I move into my dream house. No landlord will say me. Join the ABSA family and let's help you say yes to your dreams with tailored banking solutions from loans, mortgages, credit cards to digital banking and more. Make 2026 the year of yes with ABSA. Your story matters.
You need a trusty friend on whom you can depend when things come crashing down. You need a trusty friend on whom you can depend when things come crashing down. Insurance, your trustworthy friend. Insurance, your trustworthy friend.
Millennium Insurance, your trustworthy partner.
Brushing gets more fun with your kids with the new Pepsodent Kids toothpaste. Give their smiles protection that lasts. Grab yours today from a store near you. This advert is FDA approved.
From the day that I met you, girl.
This Val's Day, don't just say I love you. Show it with a gift that keeps your loved ones moving. From February 10th to 20th, gift that special someone a full tank of love with a Star Oil fuel voucher customized with their own photo. Visit staroil.services/store to purchase and customize your preferred voucher now. Because real love doesn't run out, it stays full. Star Oil Fuel Vouchers, the perfect Valentine's gift.
Hey, do they want to sack you dry? Why shall I way? Engagement things and kwenye. Hey, sure. They even added washing machine, fridge, flat screen TV, 65 inches and so. How do they expect you to buy all these and still take care of your family? Oh, Kwame.
Mama. And how hukra? With Access Bank's Pick Now Pay Later, we can get everything now in minutes and pay at 0% interest over the next 6 months. Eye koko kra.
Hey, sir.
Access Bank says faster is here. With a now digitized Pick Now Pay Later, life's big moments are within reach. Just click, pick, approved in minutes. For more information, call our 24-hour contact center on 0800 00 4400. Terms and conditions apply. Access Bank, more than banking.
Welcome back, and thank you very much for staying with us here on the Super Morning Show on Joy 99.7 FM. And the 6 a.m. news was brought to us by Absa Bank Ghana Limited. Your story matters. Millennium Insurance, your trustworthy partner, and Total Energies. Total, we go the extra mile for you, which means we can bring you the Joy Business Report. And the Joy Business Report is brought to us by Safari Valley Resort, bringing you closer to nature, and Omni Basic Bank, not just another bank. But this morning, coming up here on the Super Morning Show also is our Roads of Peril feature. And on the Roads of Peril this morning, the focus, once again, is on the Brusu Kitasi Road. So it's the Kwabenya Brikusu Kitasi Road. Now that road is in a deplorable state, and this morning we'll tell you the story of how school pupils make their way to and from school along a dusty, pothole-ridden road. Okay, I will tell you how these school pupils are struggling. Covering their faces with handkerchiefs has become part of their daily routine as every passing vehicle leaves behind dust that blurs visibility. Beyond the classroom, the impact is evident at the Brekusu Health Center, where health workers report increasing respiratory diseases. Okay, we'll be telling you more about that. James Ashan is here. James, good morning.
Winston, good morning.
How are you doing, man?
I'm good, yourself?
Oh, as you can see, God is still taking care of his children. So we are fine. I believe you are fine too.
In Jakarta, we say Vimo.
And I know you BBA. But I hope you're doing great.
Oh yeah, I'm doing very good.
Good. So look, this morning we're doing lots of issues, but of course, first we'd focus on the dismissal of petitions for the removal of the chairperson of the Electoral Commission and her two deputies, and also the special prosecutor. So I have seen, a letter written to one of the petitioners, okay, and it says, I have the instruction of His Excellency the President to convey to you actions taken on your petition dated April 22nd, 2025 on the above matter. And in this case is the petition for the removal of the chairperson and deputy commissioners of the Electoral Commission. It says, while the allegations raise serious constitutional and administrative questions, they do not on their face meet the threshold required for a prima facie determination of stated misbehavior or incompetence warranting that a committee be set up to inquire into the petition. And I know many of you are asking the question, so if the petition raises serious constitutional and administrative questions, why not set up a committee to go into it? Why do you conclude that even though there are questions, these questions don't warrant a committee, when maybe the committee can look into these questions and recommend what you have to do? So we'll get into it here on the Super Morning Show on Joy 99.7 FM. But yesterday also we're telling you about the payment of 10 billion Ghana cedis, as part of the domestic debt exchange.
Yeah.
And many of you have questions. So how much have we paid so far? What happens next? Well, this morning we're going to be joined by an official from the Ministry of Finance here on the Super Morning Show to get answers to all of these and more here on the Super Morning Show. But as always, we do the show with you. So get on to X, use the hashtag JoySMS, and then on WhatsApp 055-1111-997. Who gets the trumpet this morning, James?
Also, let's give it to government. They've settled all arrears due in terms of SNET contributions for public sector workers ending last year. So we give it to government and also SNET.
Oh, that's good. That's good to hear. I mean, the fact that the arrears have been settled, it means that SNET can invest these funds and, the corporate trustees also can do that. Anyway, so to government for settling SNET arrears, we say...
Trumpet! Hi, good morning. Welcome to the Joy Business Report. Coming up in this morning's bulletin, government settles all areas of SNET contributions for public sector workers. Details from the Director General of SNET and Director at Deloitte, Dennis Brown, expect latest debt exchange payment to aid investor confidence and improve Ghana's credit ratings. Also in this bulletin, producer buying company reveals plans by government to structure a bailout plan ensuring its financial viability. Stay tuned. Welcome back to the Joy Business Report. My name is James Ishan. Let's settle for the details now. And government has settled all arrears due in terms of SNET contributions for public sector workers ending last year. Director General of the State Pension SNET, Kwesi Afreb-Baini, disclosed this to Joy Business after engagement with employers in Tamale in the northern region.
For the first time in many years, I don't recall the last time that in a particular year, all due contributions were paid by government. But in 2025, every month's due contribution. So you pay your contributions by 14th of the subsequent month. So December's contributions were not due by end of December. As at December, all due contributions that up to November had been paid. Even for December's that was due in January 2026, by December, government had earlier paid about 50%, and in 2026 has already cleared it. Government also in 2025 cleared outstanding contributions of 3 months worth 1,050 million cedis from 2024 arrears that were passed on to the new government. That was also paid by March. Government, however, still has obligations to the trust with regards to penalty payments. So with regards to penalty payments, yes, there are outstanding penalty payments dating back to several years that we are in conversations with the Minister of Finance on to agree on a structured plan to resolve them.
Kwesi Afreb-Baini is the Director General of the Social Security and National Insurance Trust. Now, Director at financial advisory firm Deloitte, Dennis Brown, is optimistic that the latest round of payment to bondholders of Ghana's debt exchange program will help to renew investor confidence. This was after government released 10 billion cedis as interest payment to bondholders. Mr. Brown tells Joy Business this could lead to a rating upgrade in the coming month.
So it only boosts confidence in our economy, not only from the perspective of the domestic investors who has received their payment, but the international creditors are also watching it. So they should be willing and ready to do business with us. In terms of the credit outlook, the international credit rating agencies are also looking at what's happening. If you made a commitment to investors and you are not able to meet it, normally, it could lead to a downgrade in your economy, and that's something that the international investors they are very keen on. They want the ratings to decide whether they want to keep doing business with us or not. With this happening, I'll be surprised if we suffer any downgrade. Worst case scenario, the upgrade that we experienced recently will be maintained, or it could further lead to further upgrades, if I can put it that way, and that can further boost confidence in our economy, particularly for the perspective of the international investors.
Dennis Brown is the director at financial services firm Deloitte. Now, the produce buying company says it is working closely with the government to structure a bailout plan with the financial institutions it has indebted to. According to the state-owned cocoa purchasing firm, the government is reviewing available debt repayment options while developing a sustainable roadmap to revive the company, which has been burdened with debt for more than 5 years. The company's poor financial position and prolonged inactivity have significantly eroded its market share of more than 30% of cocoa purchases, shifting to private buyers. The managing director of PBC, Seydou Nyonye, maintains that the restructuring efforts are aimed at restoring the company's competitiveness.
Fortunately, we fall under finance ministry, and the finance minister had come out with cabinet's position on PBC, COCOBOD, and CPC rather, which obviously they would have had a plan for. One of the options was to find out what asset we had that can take care of this debt from the banks. We have been in talks with them, we have been following them. And the other aspect was an expectation of government coming to take off this burden of debts from the bank from us. So these are the two options available to us, and we are in constant talks with the banks. We have done registration of farmers, we have the basis, and we believe that going forward we can make PBC to bounce back healthier.
Seydou Nyonye is the managing director at Produce Buying Company, PBC. You're still listening to the Joy Business Report. Now, the Bank of Ghana is pushing for more banks to list on the Ghana Stock Exchange as part of effort to deepen Ghana's capital market and strengthen corporate governance in the financial sector. Addressing heads of banks at the 128th post-MPC meeting, Governor Dr. Johnson Isiama encouraged banks to consider public listing, stressing that the move goes beyond raising fresh capital.
Colleagues, listing is not only about capital raising. It broadens ownership, strengthens governance, and it deepens transparency as well as anchoring banks more firmly in domestic long-term savings, enhancing resilience and trust in the system. At the same time, the Bank of Ghana has inaugurated a steering and technical committee to guide work on encouraging more banks to list on the Ghana Stock Exchange. This initiative brings together key institutions across the financial system, including the Bank of Ghana, the Securities and Exchange Commission, the Ghana Stock Exchange itself, the Ministry of Finance is part, the National Insurance Commission, the Ghana Securities Industry Association, the Central Securities Depository, and the Ghana Association of Banks.
Dr. Johnson Isiama is the governor of the Bank of Ghana. Now, the producer price inflation for January 2026 has declined marginally to 1.6% from 1.9% recorded in December 2025. This represents a 0.3% percentage point drop. The following report has more.
The data published by the Ghana Statistical Service on February 18, 2026 showed that on a year-on-year basis, the ex-factory prices of goods and services increased by 1.6% between January 2025 and January 2026. The rate also showed 26.9 percentage points lower than the 28.5% recorded in January 2025. This shows a significant easing in producer price pressures over the past year. On a month-on-month basis, producer prices rose sharply by 3.3% in January 2026 compared to a contraction of 0.8% in December 2025, pointing to renewed short-term price momentum. Mining and quarrying, which carries the largest weight of 43.7% in the PPI basket, recorded a year-on-year inflation rate of 3.7% in January 2026, up from 3.3% in December 2025, representing a 0.4 percentage point increase.
And that was a news desk report. Now, businesses are being urged to shift focus from short-term stability to long-term resilience as Ghana navigates its post-IMF recovery path. Chief Executive Officer of Delex Finance, Joe Jackson, says while recent policy measures have restored macroeconomic stability, the economy remains highly vulnerable to external shocks. Speaking at the Ghana Economic Outlook Forum organized by the Ghanaian German Economic Association, he warned firms to strengthen productivity and liquidity buffers to withstand potential external shocks.
stability is not recovery. And all we have done is achieve stability. We haven't achieved resilience. And unfortunately, we have to say that whatever external shocks coming, they will hit us hard. Our economy is still very, very vulnerable, and we are subject to all manner of shocks going ahead. If there's any commodity price swing, we are in trouble, and it could be gold, cocoa, crude oil. Once the cedi weakens, are there to balloon again, and it becomes a huge issue. Stability without productivity is temporary. If I'm a business now, what are the things that I can do that will make me resilient as a business? We have to assume that there will be some level of volatility in the months ahead. We have to assume that once the stabilization phase is away and the IMF leaves, there will be some level of volatility because some of the benefits we received were external.
Joe Jackson as Chief Executive Officer of at Delex Finance. Now, on the same program, economist and finance professor at the University of Ghana Business School, Professor Godfred Bokpin, advised government to adopt a strategic approach focused on building strong foreign reserves to help the country better withstand external shocks.
We have injected over $10 billion into the economy in 2025 alone, which has caused a very strong cedi. I have my reservations about a strong cedi. I have a reservation to the extent that for a small open economy like Ghana, for your currency to appreciate in a single year by more than 40% has implications for sustainability. We need to make sure that the measures we put in place bring stability that is predictable, that can also withstand external shocks. We've had our best moment. I believe that we have not built sufficient reserves, okay, because this economy is worth over $100 billion. So if our reserves stand at around 13 billion or so, that is not enough in terms of withstanding shocks.
Professor Godfred Bokpin is an economist and finance professor at the University of Ghana Business School. Now, economic advisor to the president at the same program, Seth Tekwe, also underscored the need for stronger collaboration between government and the private sector to enhance value addition to Ghanaian produce.
The main components are one, counter-cyclical policies against the possibility of drought or even heavy rains, which often leads to a good harvest, but also because of lack of value addition and the rest, food and then the others get rotten, which is this is where you need private sector, then link it to private sector, encouraging them, to be able to add value. Most production is by private sector. We introduced the Exim Bank, for example. The purpose of the Exim Bank is for us to just stop being an importer and encourage our exporters. I think governments and private sector would have to work, together, because we are seeing the benefits of relatively sound public sector policies, having benefits like a lowering of interest rates, inflation and the rest, for not just consumers, but for private sector businesses.
And that was economic advisor to the presidency, Seth Tekwe. Speaking earlier was Professor Godfred Bokpin and also Joe Jackson, all speaking at the Ghana Economic Outlook Forum organized by the Ghanaian German Economic Association. Now, before we go, let's do some commodity news, as crude oil is still going up on international markets, selling at $70 a barrel this morning. Gold went up marginally and it's selling at $4,999 an ounce. Cocoa, on the other hand, is trading at $3,313 a ton after going down by some 152 from yesterday. Also, to some currency news now, the dollar is going for 11 cedis 20 pesos this morning. That's the rate some of the major commercial banks are offering to their clients. The British pound is also going for 15 cedis 26 pesos. The euro is trading at 13 cedis 26 pesos. Now, the forex bureaus are also selling the dollar at 11 cedis 95 pesos. And that's all for the Joy Business Report with me, James Ish and Winstonia.
Yeah, James, crude oil prices on the world market going up?
Going up by some $70 a barrel this morning.
So $70 a barrel this morning. I know that the OMCs can't wait for the next pricing window. When it happens like that, they can't wait for the next pricing window so that they can actually increase. But what that means also is that for those of us consumers, you have to check a thing or two. If you have to reduce your movement, you do that. Because if you don't, my guy, it means you spend too much. You may end up spending all your money on fuel. Anyway, thank you very, very much for joining us, which means we can bring you the Ghanaian Apostolic Praise. That's our inspirational song for this morning by Efe Grace and Own Gospel. That's the Ghana Apostolic Praise. That's our inspirational song here on the Super Morning Show on Joy 99.7 FM. Which means we can now bring you our Drive Safe campaign, brought to us by Joy News and the Multimedia Group, and supported by Toyota Superior Quality and Imperial General Assurance Solid Protection. So you know what to do. Avoid all distractions. Keep both eyes on the road and hands on the steering wheel. Be visible. Drive with your lights on at night, and that's how to drive safely. Now, our fuel tip for today says keep windows open when transporting LPG cylinders. If there's a tiny leak, fresh air prevents gas buildup inside the vehicle. Better safe than sorry. So keep windows open when transporting LPG cylinders. If there's any leak, fresh air prevents gas buildup inside the vehicle. So it's better safe than being sorry. And this is brought to us by the Chamber of Oil Marketing Companies, COMAC. Thank you very much, COMAC. Which means we can now learn how to say it right, and it's brought to us by Kingdom Books. At Kingdom, quality and affordability are their hallmarks, and Societe Generale Bank Ghana, the future is you. So, Kingdom Books and Stationery Limited is your number one supplier of quality office essentials, equipment, and furniture at affordable prices, and they've introduced an online store for your shopping convenience, which means you can now shop by simply logging on to kingdomstoreonline.com without physically coming to any of their branches. It's hassle-free, and they will arrange delivery to your home and office within a reasonable time. They offer free delivery within Accra and Tema and accept payment via Momo across all networks. Terms and conditions have applied. At Kingdom, quality and affordability are their hallmarks. But your car takes care of you every day. Now it's time to do same. Protect your car with a comprehensive motor insurance policy, where SG Ghana Sound Drive and get free fuel coupons as reward. You can also get exciting branded souvenirs when you buy or renew your third-party policy, or the new Smart Drive policy, a third-party policy with an extra layer of protection and benefits. Promo lasts from now to the 31st of March 2026. Let's help you take care of your car so that every drive feels secure. Call 0302-214-314 for more information, or walk into the nearest SG Ghana branch to buy or renew your motor insurance policy today. SG Ghana Sound Drive is underwritten by Salam Alliance General. Terms and conditions apply. Societe Generale Ghana, the future is you. Which means we can now learn how to say it right.
Something must be done. You say either. I say either.
Great. And today's word, I want us to learn the correct pronunciation of this word. F-R, right? F-R-A-U-D-U-L-E-E-N-T. How would you pronounce this? F-R-A-U-D-U-L-E-N-T. Fraudulent. Fraudulent. Okay, even though you see D in there, that D in pronouncing the word becomes J. Fraudulent. And that's how you say it right. And it's now time for us to get into the newspapers this morning. And the newspaper review brought to us by Syntex Tank, strong, tough. Now, someone sent me a message yesterday and said, bro, I know you want to, but let me say good morning to you, Kwekwasante.
Yay,
how you doing?
Amoah.
How you doing?
I'm very well. I'm very well.
Congratulations. Now, we have seen your pictures all over social media.
I mean, these days you cannot be in some corner doing something secretive, and some bloggers will come and record you and put you on Instagram. What is this?
You're all over the place.
We have to start suing people for breach of privacy.
Okay, no problem.
That's how I saw your video. You were with some friends. You were with some big bowl with pork and beer, and I'm like, hey, Winston.
The pork is true. The other one is not true. But someone says I should say Syntax tank, a strong, a tough.
Yes.
Not do say it right with it. Say a strong, a tough. Access Bank, more than banking, and Star Oil, quality and affordable fuel for all, as well as Enterprise Insurance, your advantage. So let's start with the Business and Financial Times. DDP coupon payments hit 56 billion after SIF settlement, and lower interest rates to test bank profitability. Okay, producer inflation slows to 1.6%, but monthly prices inch upwards 3.3%. And we must move beyond raw minerals. That's according to President John Dramani Mahama. There's a feature here: legality and banking, a shared responsibility between banks and customers. And another feature: navigating financial services insolvency, insight from Ghana's Corporate Insolvency and Restructuring Act 2020, Act 1015.
The Daily Guide is carrying the big story from yesterday. Chief Justice rejects petitions for EC bosses and special prosecutor removal. Comes with pictures of Madame Jean Mensah, who has a very big smile, as well as Kisiji Ajibin also with a big smile on the front page of Daily Guide. And that disturbing story from yesterday also: Mamprobi Polyclinic baby thief arrested. Then the New Patriotic Party has set guidelines for internal elections. And then Burkina Faso terrorist attack. Survivors are lifted home, 8 victims buried. It comes with a picture of the president interacting with one of the survivors. But just across, you see the newspaper Overseer. That's another twist, angle to the story about the Chief Justice and the rejection of the petitions seeking to remove the EC boss. It says, no justice for Sal, as Jean Mensah and deputies survive removal process. A lot of pictures. The Chief Justice himself, Jean Mensah, MP for Ahoy, MP for Guan, that is South, and then Franklin Kojo. And then BBC reopening cocoa buying centers nationwide to restore confidence in the cocoa sector.
Now, the chronicle for this morning comes with a photograph of President John Dramani Mahama, but the scripture, Isaiah 54:17, no weapon formed against you shall prosper, and every tongue which rises against you in judgment, you shall condemn. EC bosses, SP survived the storm. CJ could not establish any prima facie case against them. And Ghana set sights on ending raw ore exports is also here. The Hawk newspaper for this morning, NPP just left 221 cedis for 4,000 zongos. That's Alhaji Halidu Haruna. No case against Jean Kisi and Co. Chief Justice. 10 billion debt bill cleared investors' chair as confidence returns. And minister stops 45 trawlers cold. Fishing banned in Ghana's 12 nautical mile zone. Old image, new lies rock NPP. Photographer cries foul over old image used to mislead the public. Which means we can bring you the online news review this morning. And the online news review is brought to us by Zenith Bank. Zenith Bank, in your best interest. So we start off with myjoyonline.com this morning. And myjoyonline.com leads with create a gold stabilization fund now or pay later. Finance professor tells government. New cocoa producer price takes effect Friday. Gold board is good, but Ghana must prepare for the fall. Professor Pepra. And Garman chest stable after early morning accident. We thank God for his life. But has also used today's gold windfall to ensure Ghana's future. Professor Pepra urges government. I know it's always been the conversation that, things are going well for us now. But now that things are going, beg your pardon, well for us, we should take advantage and fix the challenges with the economy. Let's not say, oh, it's okay, and that's the end of it. A former government official, actually a government official, sent me a message the last time. He says, Winston, when it goes up, it will come down.
It will come down.
You see? Yeah. Once it goes up, it will definitely come down.
The laws of gravity.
You see, citynewsroom.com this morning, tomato traders warn of price surge as Burkina Faso attacks disrupt supply. And I said it yesterday that if I were in tomato, I was selling tomatoes, I'll take advantage of this.
Yeah.
So you don't fault them.
Yeah.
Because the reality is they would have some challenges.
Yes.
And once they have those challenges, Gamanchen Kintaki Tekutru, the second, stable after accident in Uti region. And Sam Jonah outlines 5-point plan for Africa's economic sovereignty. And Ras Mubarak says intra-continental trade and tourism key to Africa's unity. Okay, which means we can get into the details of the papers. And Kwekwas, until we start off with the EC bosses.
Yes.
Special prosecutor survived the storm. You were there.
Exactly.
CJ could not establish any prima facie case against them.
Yes, the story in the Daily Guide written by Jibril Abdul. He says 7 petitions calling for the removal of chairperson of the Electoral Commission, Jin Mensah, and the 2 deputies, Dr. Bosman, Eric Asari, in charge of corporate services, and Samuel Tete, responsible for operations, have been rejected by Chief Justice Paul Bafuboni. The Chief Justice also rejected another 3 petitions calling for the removal of Kisia Jebin as special prosecutor. The 3 petitions asking the president to remove Kisia Jebin as the special prosecutor surfaced in the midst of several individuals calling for his removal for being ineffective. While the petitions were pending, Mr. Jebin dodged a political bullet after the president stepped in to call for a suspension on a bill calling for the scrapping of the office of the special prosecutor altogether. The rejection of the petitions by the Chief Justice was based on recommendations that the 10 petitions did not disclose a prima facie case against the 4 respondents. The decision was contained in a statement issued by the presidency communication on the outcome of the president forwarding the petitions to the Chief Justice. Very interesting story there. And Winston, if you look at the overseer also, it has another angle to it. It says there's no justice for people in SAL because as they are concerned about, SAL was disenfranchised. They did not have representation in parliament. It's a lengthy story on page 3 of the paper talking about how there is no justice for constituents over there.
Great, which means we can get into the Business and Financial Times. DDEP coupon payments hit 56 billion. Okay, let's get into the Business and Financial Times, and it says DDEP coupon payments hit 56 billion after SIF settlement. So we're told that the government has now paid more than 56 billion in coupon obligations under the domestic debt exchange program following the latest 10 billion interest settlement this week. And we're told this is the first time government has fully settled a coupon entirely in cash without any payment in kind component. Okay, so let's get on to the phone lines this morning. We need to do this, quickly, Asante. We need to speak to Frederick Emisa, who is a technical advisor to the Minister of Finance. He joins us on phone. Good morning, Frederick, and thank you very much for joining us this morning.
Good morning, Winston, and good morning to your listeners.
Great. So let's look at the SIF payment and the fact that this is the first time that we're paying entirely in cash. First of all, how did we achieve this, and what does it mean for our economy?
Thank you again. What it just means is that there is some form of prudence in our public financial management with regards to this new administration. Like you rightly said, in past, a lot more payments were being done with payments in kind, but this is the first time we are doing 100% payments in cash. What we have seen is that if you look at the T-bill markets, you see that there is some form of increased liquidity, which is saying oversubscription of government securities over the past 2-3 weeks. This is a deliberate government policy to bring sanity and dignity to our financial system, and it's far cry from what was experienced in the past, where I don't want to just go back where our parents and grandparents were picketing at the finance ministry to sort of demand payments for their money. So it's a way of us saying that we believe in Ghana's financial system, we support Ghana's financial system, and we are putting our money where our mouth is.
And talking about putting the money where your mouth is, it's important also that for those of us listening, we understand. In the past, we had made some payments in kind. We're giving, other securities, bonds here and there. Good. But this time around, we've been able to pay in cash, which certainly would mean that over the period, we have done certain things right. What are those things that we did right to enable us to do this?
So right upon taking government, President Mahama shift focus from our fiscal consolidation from revenue-led, being revenue-led meaning that there was a penchant for the introduction of taxes upon taxes. We refocused it to being expenditure-led, which means we were rationalizing expenditure. That is why you see that after the end of 2024, where the IMF program, which had derailed at the end of 2024, which required us to do a primary surplus of 0.5%, we actually did a primary deficit of 3.9%. But after the end of last year, in the middle of last year, we had done a primary surplus of 1.1%. What it means is that we are actually living within our means, and the end year figure will show that we have actually overperformed, and we are saving or spending prudently. So the magic here is the prudent expenditure with regards to the measures which have been put in place, not least the requirements for a commitment authorization, or making sure that whatever an agency is going to procure is actually in the budget. This has brought sanity, and we are not seeing extra budgetary expenditure as has been in the past.
So 10 billion cedis into the Ghanaian economy, what does it mean for the Ghanaian economy? And what does it even mean for these individuals?
Winston, I will take you back again to even the stock market. What this has done is that you heard the government say that we are trying to see interest rate or commercial bank lending rates tending towards single digits. Yes. This is part of the strategy. And your news reported that we even cleared the SNIS arrears also in cash. It is also part of the strategy. We are trying to make sure that the price of money is demand and supply. So when you increase money supply at the right place and using the right tools, we are going to see a fall in the interest rates, all things being equal. So this is what we are seeing, where we see that interest rate, especially our treasury bill rates are falling from the upwards of about 30% at the end of 2024 to single digits now. We are doing the 91-day T-bill at around 8%. So the effect is that we are going to see a fall in interest rate. The effect is that we are going to see a performance of the stock exchange, because when interest rates fall, people look at alternative means of investing their funds. And it's evident. You can see that even year to date, the stock exchange is performing marvelously. And we are also seeing that lending rates, average bank lending rates, are falling drastically, over 100 basis points. So these are the effects we are looking at. So Winston, your farm you keep talking about, you can have cheap funds to expand your farm as a result of this deliberate government policy.
Well, you talk about cheap funds. There are also those who fear that 10 billion cedis in cash pumped into the economy could lead to increased demand and, by extension, an increase in inflation. How about that?
Listen, this was calibrated carefully. If you look at the GDP growth we recorded in the Q3 of 2024-5, we are looking at upwards of 6%. So the economy is expanding. So as the economy expands, cash requirements also expand. So it's the way we calibrate it carefully to ensure that we don't, what you're trying to describe is, an overheating of the economy. Mm-hmm. So this was done deliberately to ensure that we have a maximum positive impact on the economy.
All right, Frederick Emisa, thank you very, very much for joining us. And when is the next payment due?
I will have to check, but let me tell you something else that happened. Okay. You know, this GDP what was done. I think there was something about payments falling due in 2026, 2027, 2028. It's very huge, but I want to assure the investor community that the government has prepared. We are very able, and we have made the needed reserves. We have built the needed buffers to take care of principals which are falling due in 2027 and 2028. So everybody should be rest assured. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Frederick Emisa, who is the technical advisor to the finance minister, joining us here.
Move on. Let me just do this very disturbing story. Sami Jemfi's father-in-law shot dead. And Daily Guide report says the father-in-law of Ghana Gold Board CEO Sami Jemfi, Mr. Kakari, has reportedly succumbed to gunshot wounds following a robbery incident in his residence in Kumasi on Friday. The deceased was said to have sustained several gunshot wounds during the armed attack and was rushed to the hospital where he was admitted for treatment. According to reports, Mr. Kakari's condition deteriorated while on admission and passed in the early hours of yesterday. Meanwhile, the paper gathered that no arrest has been made yet as the police are hunting for the killers. Other reports indicate that the killing had nothing to do with Sami Jemfi, who lives with his wife in Accra. According to reports, Mr. Kakari was only a victim of robbery attack. This is a very sad story.
Indeed, it's a very sad one, and we hope that the police is able to arrest those behind this and brought to face the law. Very, very sad one. Our condolences to the family. But the President of the Republic, John Dramani Mahama, is here. Okay, he's talked about Ghana sets sights on ending raw ore exports. Unfortunately, it's time to bring you the BBC News, brought to us by Fidelity Bank, Believe With Us, and Glyco, we cushion you for life.
This is the BBC World Service, hearing from the parents campaigning to reunite their families.
Parenting competency tests have led to hundreds of Greenlandic children being taken into care. Now that the tests are banned, how many children will be returned to their parents?
Give me my child back. Today at 9:30 and 21 GMT. At 8:30 GMT, Business Daily.
Countries across the world are racing to strike trade deals with India, from Europe to the US and beyond, drawn by its vast market and fast-growing economy. But will these agreements supercharge growth or create new challenges at home?
This is the BBC World Service, the world's radio station.
Hello and welcome to Newsday on the BBC World Service with Anne Soy in Nairobi and James Copnall in London.
Our top story: the United Nations has found evidence of atrocities carried out during the 18-month-long siege and subsequent takeover of the Sudanese city of El Fasher by the paramilitary group, the Rapid Support Force.
It's the closest the UN has come to declaring genocide in Sudan. We bring you details of that report with our correspondent.
Court in Seoul is due to deliver its verdict in the insurrection trial against the former South Korean President Yoon Suk-yeol relating to his December 2024 declaration of martial law. Prosecutors are calling for the death penalty.
And the boss of Meta, Mark Zuckerberg, has defended his company from claims it targeted young users. That and more after the latest world news.
BBC News with Moira Alderson. A UN fact-finding mission in Sudan has determined that atrocities carried out against non-Arab civilians by the Rapid Support Forces point to genocide. The paramilitary group captured the city of Al Fasher in Darfur in late October. Barbara Petasha reports from Nairobi.
This is the closest the UN has come to declaring that genocide is being carried out by RSF fighters in Darfur in the current conflict. The fact-finding mission said the ethnic targeting of the population in Al Fasher was so systematic and brutal that it bore some of the hallmarks of genocide. That included deliberate efforts to physically destroy a targeted population through mass killings, sexual violence, starvation, and destruction. In this case, members of non-Arab African tribes, particularly those defending the city from the Arab militias of the RSF. RSF leaders have previously admitted some violations occurred, but said the extent of the atrocities was exaggerated.
In the past few minutes, the former South Korean President Yoon Suk-yeol has been found guilty of insurrection after his botched declaration of martial law in December 2024. A court found he'd committed acts to subvert the constitutional order. Prosecutors had asked for a death sentence, which would likely, in practice, mean life in jail. The founder of Microsoft, Bill Gates, has pulled out of a keynote address to a major AI summit in India after scrutiny over his ties to the late sex offender Jeffrey Epstein. The summit is intended to showcase India's tech capabilities and expand AI access in the global south. Arunday Mukherjee is there.
Essentially, the focus
in all the speeches that we've seen is how to make AI more collaborative and how it should address the disparity that exists around the world when it comes to the adoption of AI. That's the message from a lot of the experts and a lot of the speakers so far. In fact, the UN Secretary General in his address earlier in the day said that AI cannot be limited to the hands of just a few billionaires. He also went ahead and said that AI shouldn't be replacing humans, it should be complementing humans.
A new study published in the medical journal The Lancet estimates that more than 75,000 people were killed in the first 15 months of Israel's offensive in Gaza. Yolande Nell has the details from Jerusalem.
During the Gaza war, Israel has repeatedly questioned the number of Palestinians killed given by the Hamas-run health ministry. But this new research suggests a substantial undercount in the official figure. The study involved an economist, demographer, epidemiologist and polling experts and was based on a survey of 2,000 families in Gaza. The researchers say that by the start of January 2025, 15 months into the war, the official number for violent deaths was more than a third below their estimate. The research also found that reporting by the Hamas-run ministry about the proportion of women, children and elderly people among those killed was broadly accurate.
Yolande Nell with that report. World News from the BBC. The family of a British couple detained in Iran say they've been sentenced to 10 years in prison for espionage. Craig and Lindsay Foreman deny the charges. James Landale reports.
Craig and Lindsay Foreman were travelling through Iran on their motorcycles when they were arrested. They've now been held for more than 12 months, often in solitary confinement and incommunicado. At brief court hearings, most recently last October, the couple were accused of espionage, which they deny. The family say no evidence has been presented, nor any opportunity for defence given. They've now been informed the couple have been sentenced to 10 years in prison. Their son, Joe Bennett, said he was deeply concerned for their welfare. The Foreign Secretary, Yvette Cooper, said the sentence was completely appalling and totally unjustifiable and promised to pursue the case relentlessly.
Peru has its 8th president after Congress elected an interim leader to replace scandal-hit José Herri. José Balcazar from the left-wing Free Peru Party is an 83-year-old former judge. Mr. Herri was forced from office over accusations he held clandestine meetings with a Chinese businessman. A general strike has come into force in Argentina to protest against labour reform proposals of the right-wing President Javier Milei. The 24-hour walkout is the fourth of Mr. Milei's term in office. The reforms would make it easier to hire and fire employees in a country where almost 40% of workers already lack formal employment contracts. The Australian Prime Minister has led voices of support for a sports reporter who apologised after appearing drunk in a live broadcast from the Winter Olympics in Italy. Video of Danica Mason slurring her words as she spoke about the price of coffee and iguanas had gone viral. Ms Mason admitted she'd had a drink before presenting the sports update from the Italian Alps on Wednesday, saying she was embarrassed. That's the latest. BBC News.
Hey, Andrea. Challenge these days, new level crowd. Where did you pass?
Me, pass somewhere. I just switched for a better life. Hey. I switched for comfort. Look, your salary deserves better.
Switch?
Yeah.
How do you mean?
I switched my salary account to Fidelity Bank.
Oh, okay.
And that's my jackpot. I get higher loan amounts with lower interest rates, as well as personalized financial support. They gave me a loan to expand my side hustle. And the terms are just flexible.
Wow.
Your salary deserves better.
Oh, my salary deserves better, pa. You see the way you are smiling wide? Yes, I will switch and smile wider. Your salary deserves better. Switch to Fidelity Bank today and enjoy lower interest rate, car and home loan, personalized financial support, and a smile that lasts. Switch and smile wider. Fidelity Bank. Believe with us.
If I believe with us, Fidelity. If I know I dey your side, Fidelity.
In Tanzania, we say Karibu, welcome aboard. Looking for unbeatable fares to Tanzania and the world? Air Tanzania now offers direct flights from Accra. Fly with us to Dar es Salaam, Zanzibar, Kilimanjaro, China, Guangzhou, India, Mumbai, Dubai, South Africa, and beyond. Call us on 0246 567 898 and 0542 815-087 or visit our office at Kotoka International Airport, adjacent Airport Post Office. Air Tanzania, the wings of Kilimanjaro.
For years, you've made Sultana more than just a brand. It has become a part of your home. From your kitchens to your celebrations, now it's time to give back to you. Sultana's Buy and Win promo is here. You can win cars, motorbikes, trucks, Sultana products, and many more. All you have to do is to buy a bag of Sultana rice, scratch your coupon, and you could win really big. Sultana rice, your household favorite. Win the big one.
This promotion is regulated by the NLA on the Caritas platform. This advert is FDA approved.
For decades, we have helped businesses connect with their trade partners all over the globe. From Ghana to Burkina Faso, Côte d'Ivoire, Benin, Togo, Senegal, China, Morocco, France, Netherlands, and many other countries. We have made it possible to bring Ghana to the world. We have brought small and medium businesses closer to their customers across the regions in Ghana with our SME support facilities. We have brought relief and smiles to the faces of families with our employee personal loans. With our cutting-edge technology and digital support, we take the burden of complex thinking off you, making life simple. That is who we are, as close as a partner. Bank of Africa. We are indeed the African bank with the global reach.
Syntax Tango! Syntax, hey, tough, hey, strong. If you want quality, this be where you belong. Syntax, hey, tough, hey, strong. Oh, gonna shout and sing the song. When the sun they hot, Syntax no break. When the rain they fall, still no shake. Builders they choose and plumbers they prove. Any project you they start. Syntax
Apple. I hear say you be football encyclopedia. Name 2 countries that dominated football back to back.
It's named by the legend.
You deserve to see the ultimate football experience live and color.
Enterprise Insurance Insurna Chile promo is now bigger. Just buy or renew your motor insurance for a chance to enjoy the ultimate football experience live. Feely. Hurry now. Enterprise Insurance, I'm on my way. Buy or renew your motor insurance and stand a chance to enjoy an all-expense-paid ultimate football experience. Plus, you get free fuel coupons, shopping vouchers, airtime, and data bundles. Promo runs from January to May 2026. This promo is regulated by the NLA on the Caritas Lottery platform. Terms and conditions apply. Enterprise Insurance, trusted for 102 years since 1924. Enterprise, your advantage.
Hello, excuse me. This Milo pack looks different. I'm seeing support energy release balm on the pack.
Yes, so the support energy release means when you give your kids Milo as part of breakfast, you are giving them energy to help them win at school.
Ah, then I like this one.
Your jams need nourishment and energy. Give them the Milo Energy at breakfast, now with vitamin D that supports energy release to help their daily performance. Milo, energy to go further. Milo. This advert is FDA approved.
It's the season of the Global Football Fiesta and all Ghana is lined up to celebrate. The exciting part, you could experience live action alongside other winners in the GCB Pack to Pack promo. Save, win, go!
Yes, simply deposit and maintain 300 Ghana cedis or more in your GCB savings and current account and earn points. Save more, accumulate more points.
Increase your chance to win mega Gantuan prizes every month. TV sets,
cookers,
freezers,
washing machines, and lots more. Plus the ultimate
all expenses paid trip to experience global football. Yankee, here we come with GCB Pack to Pack promo. Save, win, go! Get in the game 1st December 2025 to April 2026.
T's and C's apply. This promo is under the NLA Caritas Lottery platform.
GCB, your bank for life.
It's the most action-packed breakfast show in town. The hottest music, the best giveaways, the breakfast show in town. Coffee in your cup. Enjoy on the set. The Super Morning Show is always the best bet. On Joy 99.7 FM.
Can I get a ranger? Just 25 and I'm not ready yet. Let's make a deal. Give me some time, I got a few homes to steal. Got more grounds to gain. Can't get stuck with the ball in the chain. I need to be sure. Come back and see me in 2 years or more. I remember as a kid I used to dream. I had a big crush on Sandra's kid sister G. She was in love with Dwayne. It's been so many years and I still feel the pain. What about the girl across the street? Took the same bus, I used to reserve a seat. And she would just sit with her friends. And they'd all talk about guys and demons and bands. Seems I love to this slide. When Shorty came along and she stood by my side, I couldn't give her much but she stayed. Now I'm hitting all the charts, it's so easy getting lit. Living in style, I'm getting paid. Hooking up my peeps with the millions I've made. Now I'm having girls who I knew in first grade. See, I'm kinda feeling like my shoulders getting played. So I'm taking that. Can I get a ranger? Just 25 and I'm not ready yet. Let's make a deal. Give me some time, I got a few homes to steal. Got more grounds to gain. Can't get stuck with the ball in the chain. I need to be sure. Come back and see me in 2 years or more. I wasn't popular in school, I wasn't popular in sports. All the girls I love the guys on the court. I feel like I've been cheated of my youth. Cause back in the days, braces weren't so cute. Girls used to laugh at my suit. Now I got models in bed knocking boots out. Hey now, can I get a ranger? Just 25 and I'm not ready yet. Hey now, let's make a deal. Give me some time, I got a few homes to steal. Hey now, got more grounds to gain. Can't get stuck with the ball in the chain. Hey now, I need to be sure. Come back and see me in 2 years or more. To dream. I had a big crush on Sandra's kid sister Jean. She was in love with Dwayne. It's been so many years and I still feel the pain. What about the girl across the street? Took the same bus, I used to reserve a seat. And she would just sit with her friends. And they'd all talk about guys and demons and bands. Seems I love to slide. When Shorty came along and she stood.
And that's Shaggy with Hey Love here on the Super Morning Show. Well, we're still in the month of love, you see. Up my peeps with the millions I've made. Now I'm having girls who I knew in first grade. And today's Thursday, which means we'll bring you food for thought shortly, brought to us by Roverman Productions. But I still have, Kweku Asante here with me. I almost said incoming lawyer, but that's okay. The man doesn't like pressure. It is well. Kweku Asante, it is well. Who drew my? Who asked me the last time? Why do you call him Kweku Asante? I was like, I don't know. Maybe Kweku is Kweku. Okay. And Asante, when you see the Honorable Ni Ayikwe Otu. Is Ashanti. So I just said,
that's interesting.
Kweku Ashanti. But, this morning we're going to delve into the dismissal of the petitions for the removal of the chairperson of the Electoral Commission and her 2 deputies. And also the special prosecutor. And, the presidency, in the case of the chairperson of the Electoral Commission, we've seen a letter that explains why they didn't find a prima facie, and we'll share that with you. But if there are, and the question we're trying to find answers to, if the petition raises serious constitutional and administrative questions, isn't that enough reason to go into it?
That's why even people like Oliver Barker-Vormawor and co have said that the Chief Justice really raised the bar when it comes to the prima facie determination, because the last Electoral Commission to be removed was Charlotte to say removed for reason of procurement breaches, and procurement breaches, as we know, can always be ratified. And so it was interesting, but this time around the Chief Justice in this letter that you've just referenced and that from the presidency setting out some of the reasons the Chief Justice gave, talks about grave constitutional and administrative issues, but says they still fall short of the criteria to remove an electoral commissioner who is pegged at the level of a court of appeal judge. It's very interesting, the reasoning that have been given, and so I'll be very interested in getting to hear all the varied opinions, so that, let's say for instance, the South matter, if the electoral commission by their conduct they so disenfranchise the whole people from getting representation in parliament for 4 years, does that meet the constitutional threshold for that person to move from office or not? And I think that sometimes, apart from the letter we've seen, which quotes part of the conclusion of the Chief Justice's determination, perhaps now that the matter has concluded, if we could get the benefits of getting the full reasoned opinion of the Chief Justice on that matter, so that everybody can be fair to him in getting to know that. Because of course people are, the comments that I've seen on social media so far, people are excited about it, others are not. Others think that the Chief Justice lower the bar when it comes to the conduct of office holders, when it comes to certain very crucial offices like the Electoral Commission. So I'll be determination.
Right, of course, and we'll get into that conversation here on the Super Morning Show on Joy 99.7 FM. But also coming up this morning on our Roads of Peril, we take you back to the Kwabenya Brekusu Kitasi Road. That's another bad road. It's in a deplorable state, and today the focus is on school children. I mean, the struggles they go through daily on that stretch. Stay with us here on the Super Morning Show. Pelofori has been there and will bring us that report. But mommy, daddy, do you know why children leave home neat and return looking so different? Well, sometimes very dirty. Well, I tell you, non-stop action, all the learning and sports burn energy. So those sweat stains, torn uniforms and dirty shoes, they show that your kid has been very active, and that's why they need nourishment and energy at breakfast. So give them the nutritious Milo every day. Milo contains vitamin D that support energy release to help their daily performance. Milo, energy to go further. Now, let me tell you about Coronation Insurance Limited Ghana, which is making motor insurance very flexible than ever, more flexible than ever, as with the new pay-as-you-earn motor insurance policy. Now, you can buy insurance on monthly, quarterly, or half-yearly basis, so you don't have to pay everything. So sign up instantly through the eCoronation digital platform, pay conveniently via Momo, and instantly download your documents anytime, anywhere. It's affordable, flexible, and convenient. Pay small, drive covered. And remember, for every vehicle insured, an amount of 50 pesos is donated to promote road safety. Call us on 0302-773616 or 0308-249068, or visit our head office at 35 Aviation Road, Airport Residential Area, adjacent the Nyaho Clinic. Pay small, drive covered. And finally, the wait is over. Air Tanzania is in Ghana. Fly with us to Dar es Salaam, Zanzibar, Kilimanjaro, China, Guangzhou, India, and Mumbai, Dubai, South Africa, and beyond. Locate us at the Kotoka International Airport near the post office. Call us on 0246567898 or 0542815087 for your bookings and reservations. Air Tanzania, the wings of Kilimanjaro. So, you know, Total Energies, the day for you, right? Total Energies day for you. And that's why they've significantly reduced their lubricant prices. For instance, your favorite 4-liter quartz 9000 SAE 5W40, which was 118, is now 107 cedis 50 pesos. Your 5-liter quartz 9000 Future OW20, which was 148, is now 134. And your 4-liter Rubia Fleet HD 415 W40, which was 80, is now 72 cedis 50 pesos. You know, top quality meets great savings. You won't get these prices anywhere. Rush to any Total Energy station nationwide and enjoy premium quality engine oils, transmission fluids, and coolants at significantly lower prices. Remember, that balance you save off can buy Davis Gobe for the rest of the year, one that makes Kwekwa Sante happy. Let me tell you about Access Bank, because they believe rewarding their customers is at the heart of what they do, and that's why they've introduced Rewards by Access, a loyalty program designed to add value to your everyday banking experience. So whether you're shopping, traveling, or handling business expenses, every transaction you make with your Access card brings you closer to exclusive benefits, premium privileges, and personalized rewards, all tailored to suit your lifestyle. And points earned through your card transactions can be redeemed seamlessly at any of their merchant points nationwide, making your spending go even further. So whether you're a frequent flyer, regular shopper, or managing daily, family, personal, or business needs, Rewards by Access ensures you get more from every spend. Use your Access card today and enjoy a rewarding banking experience only with Access Bank. Visit loyaltyrewards.ghana.accessbankplc.com or call the toll-free line 0800 004400 for more details. Access Bank, more than banking. Now, are you an SME and association engaged in cashew or oil palm processing? Apply now for the DPP matching grant under the Ghana Private Sector Competitiveness Program, GPSCP2, a collaboration between the governments of Ghana and Switzerland implemented by NIRAS and ProForest. This grant supports innovations in processing, market access and certification, business and product development, as well as skill training. Priorities given to women and youth-led enterprises, as well as inclusive businesses. Application deadline is on March 27, 2026. Okay. So apply here, gpscp2.com/eligibility. And to guide applicants, the program will host a series of webinars on February 24, March 10, March 19, time 10 a.m. daily. Join the webinar via the website gpscp2.com/webinar, or send them an email, ddp-gpscp2@niras.com, or call 0538 485986 or 0509 053134. But save the date, because on the 21st of February 2026, it's going to be an extraordinary experience. It's the 10th edition of the Omnibus Basic Bank Health Walk. Join us this Saturday, February 21, 2026 at 5:30 a.m. at the University of Ghana Sports Stadium. Dress code is sporty. See you there. Call 0307 086,000 or 0800 100 790 and then 0302 758 555. Omni Basic Bank, not just another bank. Now, with Millennium Insurance, you don't have to worry, because whether it's motor, property, marine, travel insurance, they've got you covered. Millennium Insurance is fast and reliable when life throws you surprises. Millennium Insurance makes sure you're ready. So call Millennium Insurance today on 0501 418228 and ensure the unexpected before the unexpected insures you. Millennium Insurance Company, your trustworthy partner. But Ghana, let's talk, water tanks, and I'm sure by now we all know the secret to real water storage. It's simple. If your tank doesn't have the tortoise on it, then it's not the correct tank. That's right. The tortoise tank, Sintex tank, is the champion of water tanks. It's strong and durable and built to handle our Ghanaian weather. Rain or shine, Sintex tank has your back. So my people, go outside, check your tank, and if it doesn't have the tortoise on it, then it's time to upgrade. Join the Sintex family today and enjoy water storage that's tough like a tortoise. Call 0244 335 168 to buy now, or find one of our 400 agents nationwide. You can also shop online at syntexgh.com. Sintex tank, are you strong? Are you tough? Now imagine hitting the road with total peace of mind, and that's what the Asempa Super Promo packed with goodies from Imperial General Assurance promises you. From now to the 30th of April, when you insure or renew your motor insurance policy, you're not just protecting your vehicle and yourself, you stand a chance to win instant rewards that make every drive feel like a celebration. Here's what's waiting for you: free fuel and EV charging coupons to keep you moving, free vehicle diagnosis at accredited garages, 1 year life insurance cover for extra protection, and branded souvenirs, umbrellas, tissue boxes, and more. Don't let this moment pass. Call 0577 667 43628. Speak to your broker or visit any of our agents nationwide. Insure, drive, and win big with Imperial. Follow us on social media for all updates. T's and C's apply. Imperial General Assurance, solid protection. Now stay with us. When we return after these messages here on the Super Morning Show, we bring you sports, food for thought, and birthday shouts. We'll be right back.
Welcome, contestants, to the final round. Winner takes all. For 1,000 points, all you have to do is give me the correct answer to the following riddle. I am one place, but with the right connection, I can be 1,000 other places. Some people call me magic. Some people call me a feeling. In me, you can be anything you want to be. I'm the most common and yet the rarest place in the whole world. What am I?
A church.
Oh, wrong. Contestant 3, what's your answer?
The answer is home.
Correct! Congratulations to our winner, Contestant 3.
There's no place like home. Connect your home to super fast internet with affordable data bundles from MTN Home. Visit broadband.mtn.com.gh or your My MTN app to sign up today. MTN.
Ever wondered what else your Standard Chartered Visa card can do? It is not just for taking money from ATMs. Your Standard Chartered Visa card is the enjoyment card. Use it to shop at malls and supermarkets and for all your online transactions. Book and pay for that overdue vacation online and win fantastic rewards like airtime, Melcon gift vouchers, and a weekend stay at a plush hotel and many more. It is the enjoyment card. So next time you're about to make any payment, let your Standard Chartered Visa card lead the way, not cash. It is your gateway to secure, convenient, and rewarding payments. Visit the 360 Rewards website for more information. Standard Chartered, here for good. Honey, Easter in Dubai will not be bad, crowd. What do you think?
Hey, Dubai pa! But how?
The Activa Asida promo.
Hey!
Activa Insurance is thanking its customers and welcoming new ones. Just buy or renew any Activa Insurance policy and enter into a draw where you can win a fully paid trip to Dubai. Flight, hotel, and tours all covered. And if not Dubai, you can still win TVs, fridges, washing machines, and many more.
Really?
Yes. Buy your home, motor, fire, travel, personal accident insurance, or any Active Lady solution.
Amazing!
Walk into any Activa Insurance branch or agency nationwide or dial *713 *313# now. Asida promo is partnered by Travel Planners Ghana, your travel experts, and Malcolm. Promo ends 5th March 2026. T's and C's apply. Active Insurance. Our clients, our passion. This promo is regulated by the NLA on the Caritas Lottery platform.
And welcome back. Thank you very much for staying with us. Time now for birthday messages here on the Super Morning Show, brought to us by MTN everywhere you go, and Bank of Africa. BOA Pay from Bank of Africa offers a hassle-free solution for fee collection and other payments. Call us or chat Fafa at boaghana.com for details. And let's see whose birthday it is today here on the Super Morning Show. And this one from Harry, says, happy glorious birthday to my beautiful and loving wife, Mrs. Ruby Boache, Finance Director at HRBV Limited Company, Dansuman. I wish you good health, divine protection, and peace of mind, and more prosperous years ahead. Welcome to the 5th floor. Enjoy your day. Lots of love from me, Nana Kwame, Nana Ya, and Nana Akosia. Harry, Charlie, for do party for wifey. Do the party and invite me, which means we can bring you the Sports Center now. It's brought to us by MTN. Switch to MTN's eSIM. Download my MTN app to go SIMless today. Standard Chartered Bank, here for good. FPAC blows your pain away, and DSTV, your home of entertainment. And I'm sure you guys have heard the latest from MTN. If not, then listen, because for those of you that loved MTN Free After One, prepare for the upgraded experience. That's MTN Free After One Extra. And let me tell you what the extra is all about. With MTN Free After One Extra, you can talk for 1 whole hour uninterrupted while paying for only the first minute of every 10 minutes you talk, which means for every 10 minutes you talk within the hour, you only pay for the first minute, and you get to talk for 60 minutes straight with no interruptions. You like what you hear? Well, as if that's not enough, you also get 100 megabytes of data for free for your first call on Saturdays. So you see, now's the time to talk extra with all the people you love. To subscribe to MTN Free After One Extra today, just dial *550#, and follow the prompts. So what are you dreaming of this year? If financial stability or freedom is your goal, of course, it's our goal. Now is the perfect time to start. Financial freedom means having the income or savings to cover your expenses and the flexibility to live life on your own terms. At Standard Chartered, we can help you explore a range of wealth management and investment options to support your 2026 financial ambitions. Let's have a discussion on wealth management and investment options to help you build a strong and diversified investment portfolio. Speak to our experts at Standard Chartered Wealth Management today and take the first step towards making your dreams a reality. Call us on 0202 027682 or 0202 220499 or email info@scwealthmanagement.com or visit us on the 4th floor of Standard Chartered or Perbia branch or any of our branches. Standard Chartered, here for good. Aju,
here for the Joy Sports Center. Good morning to you and welcome aboard. Coming up,
this is Mane. Oh, the keeper and Gabriel miss. Oh, it's in! Wow! Can you believe it? It's 2-2! Charme Dozy on his senior debut!
Fear, doubts gradually creeping in among Arsenal fans over their 22-year wait for a Premier League title as the Gunners surrender a 2-goal lead in a historic collapse against bottom club Wolves. Also in this bulletin,
Brimstead fit. Who was in there? Blomberg. Who? 3-1. 2 goals in 3 minutes for Bodo Glimt. And Casper Who is on target at Europe's top table once again.
Underdogs Bodo Glimt secure a huge upset win over Inter Milan in the first leg of their Champions League playoff tie as Club Brugge come from behind to claim a 3-3 draw against Atletico Madrid. We'll tell you more about that later. But first, former Black Stars captain Andre Ayew has reignited debates about his inclusion in Ghana's squad for the 2026 World Cup in Canada, Mexico and the USA. The 36-year-old NAC-bred forward said in a recent interview that retirement is not something he is considering at the moment following his move to the Dutch Eredivisie side in November of last year. Ayew is Ghana's most capped player and he made his first start for the club over the weekend after 5 previous substitute appearances, helping the team to secure their first win in 12 matches.
You know, I live my life day to day, so I prepare myself every time to have a better tomorrow on the field, off the field. I don't think about that. I think when the moment comes, your body will tell you. That's how I see it, and for now my body is not responding negatively at all. So I need to continue working. The matches will get me fitter, will make me feel better, and that's all I'm thinking about. But no, I never thought about stopping because the 6 months I didn't play was not football reasons. It was personal reasons that I had to deal with and sort and before, so I could clear my mind and come back and be on top of my game mentally, physically. But I was working, so I'm quite happy, and this is the start of something new, and I hope we end it well.
Well, let's hear from the GFA president, Kojo Kreku, who's already thinking about the sort of impacts Andre could make at the World Cup for Ghana.
We will prepare, and preparations have been ongoing behind the scenes. The team will be ready for the World Cup, and I'm very positive that if we get all our players on board the aircraft, if all our top players, all our players arrive safely with us, God willing, in the US, Ghana will fight for our share. We'll be playing home away from home. We'll be playing in Toronto, our home. We'll be playing in Philadelphia, our home. We'll be playing in Boston, our home. God bless Ghana.
GFA President Kojo Kreku speak in Ghana, remember in Group L alongside Panama, England and Croatia. Speaking of the World Cup, Litina Travels is taking Team Ghana to the biggest football event on the planet this summer. Now, for just $3,990 you can get to watch all 3 group stage matches, 3 official match tickets, return charter flights, top class hotel accommodation, travel insurance, and exclusive access to business networking events across all 3 host nations, including your visa being sorted for you by Litina Travels. And that's why you need to call them on 0244 260 789 today. 0244 260 789 or visit Litina at Alisa Hotel Northridge and secure your spot on this once in a lifetime journey. Speaking of that competition, the Black Stars head coach Otoado, he delivered a lecture to students of the University of Ghana's Department of Physical Education and Sports at the Rugby Stadium yesterday as part of a special colloquium themed individual player development. Here's Ado speaking at the event on the topic.
For players, where young players try to come into the first team, what can we do to integrate them as quick and as fast as possible, especially when they're coming from another country, but also when they're coming from the same country, how can we help players to make it into the first 11? And at the end, it's a win-win situation for the club, because surely the club can maybe one day sell the player for a high price for the player can play, and also maybe also stream for the region or for that area to produce as much homegrown players as possible.
Otuado speaking. There's still on national team issues. The under-17 male national team, the Black Starlets, continue their build-up to the under-17 AFCON, which is scheduled for April in Morocco, with a 2-0 victory over Sempefi at the Accra Sports Stadium yesterday. The fixture marked the team's second game of the day, following an earlier 1-0 win over another Division 1 side, Port City. Head coach Prosper Ogum says they will play more of such matches as they aim to qualify for their first World Cup since 2017.
Now, where we've got into, we are not playing matches that are below Division 1. It's not about Division 2, Division 3 Academy or course. We are targeting the Division 1s. And from there, as I've already indicated, we try to go to some regions on a regional tour to play some of these Division 1 teams. And then, in the course of playing these matches, if we identify talents who also fall within the U17 category, we'll bring them on board to also observe. From now up to when the tournament is due, this is how the whole thing is going to be like.
Now, Accra Hatzburg have filed a complaint with FIFA against South African side Siwelele FC for allegedly inducing striker Hamza Issa. Ahead of the game against Asante Kotoko last weekend, reports emerged that the 23-year-old would miss the match because he was due for a trial with Siwelele. Well, there is more in these reports. It is the first time in the 5-month-old saga that Accra Hatzburg have admitted to a strained relationship with Hamza Issa. Indeed, the club says it had held 2 separate meetings with the player and its representatives, ostensibly to iron out the kinks. The club says it had even acted in good faith to address and resolve all outstanding concerns. However, there is still the small matter of the appeal that the player's representative allegedly made to the player status committee. If they sat on the matter and came to the conclusion that Accra Hatzburg had violated that contract and they declared the player a free agent, then Siwelele FC of South Africa would be within their rights to speak to the player. Without that, it appears they would have issues to answer to FIFA. Excerpts read to you by yours truly. Excerpts from the statement Accra Hatzburg released on Wednesday. Away from that, 2 Ghanaian para-swimmers, Promise Achu and Brian Bafo, are in Australia for the 2026 Swimming World Series. It marks the first time Ghana will be represented at a major international para-swimming competition. Haruna Mubarak reports.
Promise and Brian's arrival in Australia represents a major milestone as they become the first athletes to represent Ghana at this level in para-swimming. The swimmers will undergo international classification and compete in the championship, which also serves as a qualification path for the 2026 Commonwealth Games. Both athletes are set to compete in the 50 meters freestyle, 50 meters breaststroke and 100 meters breaststroke events. The 2026 Swimming World Series begins tomorrow at the Gold Coast Aquatic Centre in Queensland.
Haruna Mubarak's reports on the international para-swimming competition that Ghana will be participating in. Elsewhere, Vice President Nana Jane Opoku-Agyeman will be the special guest of honor at the annual Fun Games organized by the New Horizon School for individuals with special needs. The event will take place on the school campus in Cantonment at 10 a.m. on Friday and is meant to showcase the talent of students with special needs to the general public and advocates for sports and fitness for everyone regardless of ability. Let's head to England now, where teenager Tom Edozie scored a 94th minutes leveler on his debut as Arsenal let a 2-goal lead slip at bottom side Wolves in a 2-2 draw, wasting a big chance to move clear in the Premier League title race. They now have 58 points from 27 matches, 5 ahead of second place Man City, having played a game more. The first time in Premier League history a team top of the table has let a 2+ goal lead slip against a team bottom of the table.
I think any question, any criticize, any opinion, you have to take it on the chin today. I think that's it. Any hit, any bullet, take it, because we didn't perform at the level that is required. So anything that anybody says can be right, because we didn't do what we had to do. And the way to do it is on that pitch on Sunday in a great opportunity that we had.
Mikel Arteta is Arsenal manager. His team has just 2 wins in their last 7 Premier League games. In the Champions League, Boateng secured an upset 3-1 victory over Inter Milan in the first leg playoff as Kasper Høj proved instrumental with 2 assists and a goal. Despite the results, Boateng's coach Jetzel Knudsen still wasn't satisfied.
Not perfect. Not
really? Are you serious?
Yeah, I'm serious. I think we not playing a really good game. I think we are a little bit lucky with the result today, because it's we are effective. We scored 3 wonderful goals, but in total, I think we are a little bit lucky. So we know this is just first half. So we, of course, we're looking forward to the next game, but it will be a tough one.
That was Jetzel Knudsen, who is the manager of Bodo Glimt. In other games, Anthony Gordon struck 4 times in the first half as Newcastle thrashed Karabakh 6-1 away to all but book their place in the last 16. Bayer Leverkusen striker Patrick Schick struck twice in 3 minutes to steer his team to a 2-0 victory at Olympiacos. Club Brugge also secured a 3-3 draw at home against Atletico Madrid in that game. Olympique Marseille yesterday also announced the appointment of former captain Habib Beye as head coach a little over a week after he was sacked by Rennes following a string of poor results and a reported falling out with several players. Ending the Joy Sports Centre. Winston,
Achu,
Arsenal going to bottle the league?
It is looking like Arsenal of old. Arsenal. You know, buy pressure for for the team behind you. Then Arsenal will do what everybody expects Arsenal to do.
You ain't gonna be BNC, but Socia will be there.
When I look at the table, I'm like, so those draw, Wolves and all those things. Like by now,
Ruben Amorim. Call that guy and sack him again.
How do you sack him again?
Call him and sack him again.
Well,
his crimes against humanity.
Well, let me bring you food for thought. It's brought to us by Roverman Productions. Be the difference. Uncle, good morning.
My favorite about you say good morning, and how are you doing?
Oh, Uncle, God is still taking good care of his children, and so we are fine.
He is indeed.
Yeah,
he is indeed. And how have you been?
Oh, well, managing. In Ghana, we say we're coping or we are managing. We are all managers, so we'll take it like that.
All right. Let me know what you think of what I'm going to present.
Okay.
Kobe, my dear nephew, Ekuya called to tell me of a promotion at work. I was so happy for her and for you too. But I wondered why the good news of your wife's promotion did not come from you. I've been in constant touch with you, and you bring up all kinds of issues for us to discuss. Why did you not bring up the issue of your wife's promotion? Do I detect a bit of resentment at your wife's progress? From the information she gave me, I realized that she would be earning about twice what you are earning currently. Is that a problem for you? Is that why you did not inform me of the good news? For now, I know you well enough. By now, I know you well enough to know that you did not forget about the promotion. You just decided not to talk about it, and that bothers me. I asked Ekuya what your reaction was to her promotion, and she said, Uncle, he said he was happy for me, but I got the impression that he did not quite mean it. She said, I suspect your nephew wanted a traditional wife. A wife who is totally dependent on her husband and is totally available to him and the children. Unfortunately, what he got was me, a driven career woman who is exceptional at her work and is determined to become the first female CEO of a company that operates in a male-dominated industry. Kobe, there is a new reality that young men like you have to deal with, that your father and your grandfather never had to deal with. And it is having to deal with wives who out-earn you. It also means dealing with a wife whose responsibilities at the office prevent her from being as hands-on with household demands as she would have loved to be. The question is, how does a young man deal with this kind of situation? Kobe, let me introduce you to a man you should make your friend and your role model. He's a man every young man in these modern times should have as his role model. You have read and heard about his wife, but I doubt if you have taken any real notice of the man himself. I am, of course, talking of the Proverbs chapter 31 man. You know of the Proverbs chapter 31 woman, the virtuous woman. I'm talking about her husband. The context of the passage makes it clear that this man is counted among the respected leaders of the community. But in his home, the economic power is with his wife. His wife is very hardworking, very resourceful, and exceptional at business. Women who know how to make money and grow wealth are very rare. And when you are blessed to be married to one, you cannot expect her to play a traditional role as a wife. Unfortunately, many men married to such wonderful women react badly to the drive of such women and do not support them. They rather feel threatened by the success of their wives. They get insecure at the rise of their wives and find ways of making them feel guilty for being so committed to their businesses and for working so hard to contribute to the well-being of the family. I know the case of a young lady who was making waves in a very competitive male-dominated industry, but she was always under severe pressure because her husband, a civil servant, would call her at 5 p.m. when she's in the middle of making a presentation to a client to ask, "Why are you not home? Where's my food?"
Oh.
The pain of the woman was that she always had food in the fridge and in the freezer. That only required warming in the microwave. But this man would rather wait till his wife got home to microwave the food for him. And she was paying all the bills in the house because she was earning over 3 times what he was earning. And that is why I believe we have a lot to learn from the Proverbs chapter 31 man. First of all, we read in verse 11 of the chapter that he has full confidence in her. He is not resentful of her. He does not make her look bad or feel guilty. Instead, he has full confidence in her. Note, his confidence in her is not half-hearted or conditional. It is full. And because of his support for her, we read in that same verse that he lacks nothing of value. His full confidence in his wife inspires her to ensure that he lacks nothing of value. The next verse, the verse 12 says, quote, "She brings him good, not harm, all the days of her life," end of quote. Kobe, when a woman succeeds on the back of the full confidence and support of her husband, she brings him good, not harm, always. During the COVID shutdown, a young lady said to me, "Uncle, I know my husband is struggling financially because of the lockdown, but my work is thriving because our service has become even more relevant under the lockdown. And I got promotion just before the lockdown.
Okay.
I now earn over 3 times what my husband earns. But he does not value me. And so I will not help him."
Oh.
The Proverbs 31 man, I believe, had to make a lot of adjustments living with his wife. We read that she gets up while it is still night. And you get that in verse 15. And we also read that her lamp does not go out at night. Verse 18. This is a wife who keeps herself extremely busy. We also read in verse 16 that, quote, she considers a field and buys it. Out of her earnings, she plants a vineyard, end of quote. There's a woman who runs a business without waiting for the consent and approval of her husband. I know men who are resentful when their wives do not run every monetary decision by them, even though it is not their money, but her money. And what is the reaction of the Proverbs chapter 31 man to his wife being so independent and successful? He heaps praises on her. He says to her, quote, many women do noble things, but you surpass them all, end of quote. And you find that in verse 29. Kobe, don't be threatened by the success and prosperity of your wife. Not every wife is hardworking. Not every wife knows how to make money and grow wealth. But when you are married to one who is resourceful and has drive and is succeeding, your role as a husband is to cheer her on and make the adjustments that may be necessary at the home front. I see the markings of the Proverbs chapter 31 woman in Akoto. Can you also be the Proverbs chapter 31 man for her? Think about it. And this is from your uncle, Ebo. And I want to say that's my presentation this morning.
Okay, I like that. I'm sure, I mean, as a man, you should be happy when your wife is promoted.
Not many Ghanaian men are happy.
Oh, really?
No. Oh, no. They fight the women. They make the women feel guilty and bad.
Oh, okay.
You know, they make the women feel... In fact, the case I'm talking about, a wonderful woman who spends all the weekend cooking and making sure that she has food at home for the whole week. And her husband gets home by 4:30. And her work, because her work depended on making presentations to clients and things like that, quite often the clients would invite her to come and make the presentation at 6 p.m.
Okay.
And in the middle of her presentation, her phone will ring. And then it's her husband. Why are you not home yet? I'm hungry. Where's my food? And Winston, listen. The house they were living in was paid by the woman because she was earning real good money because of her drive. The car he was driving was bought by her and was maintained by her. The bills in the house, including the school fees of their children, were paid fully by her. And yet this man would get home at 4:30 and call his wife and say, why are you not home? Where's my food? Knowing exactly that the wife is in the boardroom making a presentation to a client to bring in even more money.
Can you imagine?
Yeah.
No, Anyway, I mean, if your wife is excelling at work, you support her.
If you can support her, it will be good for you.
Yeah, because whatever
it will be good for you and the children.
Exactly, because look, even though jokingly we say, if a woman gets money, it's her money, but if a man makes money, it's for the man and the wife. When a woman gets money, also she's going to spend the money on the home. Okay, and so you, the man, you're going to be happy. Your children will be happy.
You'll dress better, you will eat better, and you'll drive a better car.
Yeah.
Because you make sure you are driving.
Yeah,
but most Ghanaian men don't understand that. And they are and if you like, you ask listeners to send in their experiences, and your heart will break.
Oh, okay.
Women doing well who are made to feel guilty because they are told you are a terrible wife, you are a terrible mother. Because she is driving and making waves in the boardroom. No, come home.
Hey, now come home then. If she comes home, are you going to be able to take care of all her needs?
No, of all your needs, because a lot of these men don't earn as much.
Yeah.
As to cover their own needs. Forget about cover the needs of their families.
Anyway.
But no. They make a lot of case with that.
I like the point you made. I mean, support her, and your home will be a happy home for.
And you'll be a very happy home.
Exactly. I don't buy this whole idea. You get home and you say, "Where is my food?" No, you get home, you can also get something. I mean, it's even nicer when you get something, and if you can cook, you cook for all of you to eat. It's not bad anyway.
It doesn't even cook. The guy doesn't have to cook.
Just warm the food and eat.
Put it in the microwave.
Oh no!
No, but he won't do it. And then he will call his mother, who would then call the wife and insult her.
Abba.
Why are you starving my son?
Wow. Anyway, Uncle, thank you very, very much for joining us this morning with Food for Thought by Roverman Productions. Be the difference. And Uncle says we should put this question to the men. So, guys, let's have a conversation, okay? How many of you would support a working woman and would support your woman or your wife to excel in her job? Or you say she needs to make sure that you have food to eat all the time. And also, what do you make of the dismissal of petitions for the removal of the chairperson of the Electoral Commission and her two deputies, as well as that of the special prosecutor? Let's get interactive this morning. Social media messages here on the Super Morning Show, brought to us by EcoBank, the Pan-African Bank, and Provident Insurance. With Provident, man, you're covered. And attention, if your money is controlling you, okay, now is the time to take a charge. The EcoBank mobile app gives you the power to command your money, okay, to transact across 33 African countries and anywhere in the world, okay. Command your money to make water, electricity, and school fees payment. And also make bank and money transfers, create virtual cards to buy only what you need, and more. So, Money Commander, download the EcoBank mobile app now on the App Store or Play Store and command your money. Command also means paying attention to details. EcoBank will never call or send an SMS asking for your PIN, OTP, bank card, or Ghana card details. When in doubt, call the EcoBank Contact Center on 0800 003 225. EcoBank, the Pan-African Bank. And if you drive or own a car, then make sure you're protected with motor insurance you can trust, because Provident Insurance offers comprehensive third-party fire and theft and third-party only motor insurance with fast, stress-free claims payment. Insure from now till March and enjoy fuel coupons and exclusive branded souvenirs. Terms and conditions apply. Visit any of Provident Insurance's 16 branches nationwide or their agency outlets or licensed brokers. You can also call 0509 374 928 for inquiries or visit providentgh.com for more information. Remember, Ghana card is required for individuals and TIN for corporate clients for all motor insurance transactions in line with NIC directives. With Provident, man, you're covered. Now time for the Business Minute, brought to us by Anointed Engineering Services, the generator experts.
Hello, good morning. Welcome to the Joy Business Minute, brought to you by Anointed Electricals, the generator expert. Government has settled all arrears due in terms of SNET contributions for public sector workers ending last year. The Bank of Ghana is also pushing for more banks to list on the Ghana Stock Exchange as part of effort to deepen Ghana's capital market and strengthen corporate governance in the financial sector. The produce buying company says it is working closely with the government to structure a bailout plan with the financial institutions it is indebted to. According to the state-owned cocoa purchasing firm, the government is reviewing available debt repayment options while developing a sustainable roadmap to revive the company, which has been burdened with debt for more than 5 years. And that's all for the Joy Business Minute, brought to you by Anointed Electricals, the generator expert.
And welcome back. Thank you very much for staying with us. Anointed Engineering Services Limited is into the sale of ultra-silent, fuel-efficient diesel generating sets with size ranging from 5 kVA to 3000 kVA at competitive prices. And for every generator you acquire, you will enjoy a 5-year warranty. They also undertake maintenance and repairs of all kinds of diesel generating sets. Their services include a 24-hour emergency service, sale of genuine spare parts, reliable rental services, professional advice, sale of tar lights and rental, Locate their East Legon branch at 26 Boundary Road, Legon, close to AH Hotel, and head office at 77 Anointed House on the main Odoko Malam Highway near the Odoko traffic light. They also have 21 branches nationwide. They're into skill training. They have a training school that trains students in generators and plant, auto mechanics, electricals and controls, as well as solar installations. They offer 80% hands-on training and 20% theory. So call them on 0243 480 334 or 0246 423534. Anointed, the generator experts. So let's get interactive this morning here on the Super Morning Show. Big stories brought to us by Telecel, Connecting Energies, Republic Bank, we're the one for you. Join the Republic Vest. Do more, shine more, big up, and Hollard Insurance. We've got you covered. And this morning on Big Stories, we'll bring you our roads of peril. The focus is on still on the Kwabenya Brekusu Kitasi Road. But also this morning, we ask few questions because the presidency has dismissed petitions for the removal of the chairperson of the Electoral Commission and her deputies, as well as the special prosecutor. But when it comes to, the letter sent to one of the petitioners, it indicates that even though the petition raised serious constitutional and administrative questions, they were not enough to warrant a prima facie evidence for the establishment of a committee. Now, isn't the serious constitutional and administrative question enough to warrant the setting up of a committee? We'll get into this here on the Super Morning Show. But good news, Telecel family, we've got something special for you starting this and every Wednesday. When you buy your first data bundle on the Telecel app, we're giving you an extra 25% bonus data absolutely free. That's more browsing, more streaming, more chatting, and all the things you love without spending extra. So don't miss out. Download or open the Telecel app this Wednesday, buy your data bundle, and get your 25% bonus on your first purchase. Telecel, keeping you connected and giving you more value every day. Telecel, connecting energies. So what if your bank helped you big up? Welcome to the Republic Verse, where your money, your business, and your dreams level up. Own your dream home with Republic Bank mortgages. Grow faster with SME and corporate banking solutions. Run your daily finances smoothly with retail and commercial banking products. And build wealth with investment and trust management. And pay anywhere, anytime with Republic Visa credit or debit cards. Whether you're starting out, scaling up, or stepping into what's next, Republic Verse gives you the power to do more and shine brighter. Call Republic Bank toll free 0800 414 414. That's 0800 414 414. Or WhatsApp 0546 414 414 right now and step into the Republic Verse. This is the Republic Verse. Do more, shine more, big up. Republic Verse, we're the one for you. Republic Bank, we're the one for you. And for the one who asked the title of the song, this instrumental, this Adia Pena by Kojo entry. Stay with us when we return after these messages. Our friends from GRA, that's the Ghana Revenue Authority, will be joining us here on the Super Morning Show. We'll be right back.
There are many reasons to connect, and it's all to put smiles on the faces of those you love.
Daddy, thanks for the tea cash, okay? I love you.
That's my daughter Angela.
Meba Kojo, Yami sure why? Tea cash naba. No papa ina dawasi.
Caring for my parents, that's my duty. I also get to pay my utility bills easily with Telecel Cash. And to the suppliers at my shop,
hello sir, Telecel Cash payment received right on time. Thank you.
I get to make them smile because I can pay to my suppliers' merchant numbers, even on other networks directly. My dear ones, we keep the connection stronger when our family, friends, and business relations are happy. Live on cash, enjoy convenience, and make those who matter smile when you send them money with Telecel Cash.
Telecel, connecting energies.
Mr. Kojo, 1 minute before you go to work. The AC you said you want to fix, it won't work.
Why?
Because the electrician will come and chisel my wall. It will make my building weak. Wait, is that a puppy? No animals in my house, oh.
Kojo knows all the challenges about renting. That was his reality until he discovered Republic Bank. With Republic Bank's flexible mortgage solutions, you can move from tenant to homeowner quickly. Imagine stepping into your own home, a place for your family to grow and create memories. Big up. Join the Republic Verse. Republic Bank, we're the one for you.
In Tanzania, we say Karibu, welcome aboard. Looking for unbeatable fares to Tanzania and the world? Air Tanzania now offers direct flights from Accra. Fly with us to Dar es Salaam, Zanzibar, Kilimanjaro, China, Guangzhou, India, Mumbai, Dubai, South Africa, and beyond. Call us on 0246 567 898 and 0542 815 087 or visit our office at Kotoka International Airport, adjacent Airport Post Office. Air Tanzania, the wings of Kilimanjaro.
Kuma has always dreamt of commanding his own military forces.
Attention! Eyes right, stand at ease.
Because that dream is still a vision in progress, he spends his time commanding his money with the EcoBank mobile app.
Operation Supplier Payment. Dispatch 1,000 units of currency from Accra to Benin. Move! Move!
Sometimes he wants a little extra control so that he can buy only what he needs.
Command Center mobile app. Activate virtual card protocol and initiate payments for sneakers and t-shirts. Abort mission for leather coat payment.
Even when the general is fast asleep, his standing order marches out to sort his bills. With the EcoBank mobile app, you can command your money to make safe transactions in Ghana and across 33 African countries. Download the EcoBank mobile app on the Play or App Store today.
By the left, about turn.
EcoBank, the Pan-African Bank. EcoBank will never call or send an SMS asking for your PIN, OTP, bank card, or Ghana card details.
When you hit the road, anything can happen. Drive with motor insurance that's fast, reliable, and always there when it matters. Whether it is comprehensive motor insurance, third-party fire and theft, or third-party only, Provident Insurance will sort you out. Insure or renew from January to March and enjoy fuel coupons and exclusive branded souvenirs. Terms and conditions apply. Drive confident, drive protected. Visit any Provident Insurance branch nationwide, our agency outlets, or licensed brokers. You can also call 050-937-4928 for inquiries or visit providencegh.com for more information. Remember, Ghana card is required for individuals and TIN number for corporate clients and for all motor insurance transactions in line with NIC directives.
With Provident, man, you're covered.
We shouldn't have gone to that party.
Masa, my head is killing me. Is that your stomach?
Yes.
What did you eat?
I don't know. Get rid of your gastric problems with number 10 liver salt. Number 10 gives you quick, effective relief from nausea, indigestion, heartburns, hangovers, and hyperacidity. And with different fruity flavors such as orange and lemon, it's a pretty tasty way to end an uncomfortable situation. Number 10 liver salt from Ernest Chemist, because everyone needs a chemist.
This advert has been vetted and approved by FDA.
Do you want to remain productive and competitive in your business? Then I am happy to remind you that Anointed Engineering Services Limited is still here to serve. We provide homes, offices, and institutions with ultra-silent, reliable, and fuel-efficient diesel generating sets. With sizes ranging from 5 kVA to 3000 kVA at unbeatable prices, you also enjoy a 5-year warranty. Anointed Engineering is noted for unwavering 24-hour after-sale emergency service, rental and sale of tile lights and genuine spare parts, undertake repair and maintenance of all diesel generators, and buy back used generators. Sign up today at our training school and gain hands-on experience from our team of professionals on generators, plants, auto mechanics, electricals, controls, and solar installations. Anointed Engineering has 21 branches nationwide. Locate us at East Legon, 26 Boundary Road, close to the AH Hotel. Call us on 024-642-3534 or 024-348-0334. Locate our head office in Accra at number 77 Anointed House on the main Odoko Malam Highway near the Odoko traffic light. Anointed Engineering Services Limited, the generator experts.
Wayne Wonder.
Coffee in your cup. Enjoy on the set. The Super Morning Show is always the best. On Joy.
Beautiful girl, and that's for sure. Wishing me love me up and regrets more. She gave me even on the wooden floor. Says she want a man like me in her life. No problem in some bunks alright. She talk about it each and every night. I I don't wanna talk about what I had before. So what I wanna do right now is give you love, your Lord. Baby, bounce along, bounce along. Only you can turn me on. Bounce along, bounce along. Bounce along, bounce along. Only you can turn me on. Bounce along, bounce along. I'm heading over heels just for you, loving every single thing you do. Clearly I can see you want me too. Lately I've been talking to myself, saying I don't need nobody else, 'cause all I'm searching for is I don't wanna sleep alone without you in my bed, 'cause when you're not around, my love, it's messing up my head. Baby, bounce along, bounce along. Only you can turn me on. Bounce along, bounce along. Bounce along, bounce along. Only you can turn me on. Bounce along, bounce along. Beautiful girl, and that's for sure. The way she made love me, I very regret small. She gave me even on the wooden floor. Said she want a man like me.
Welcome back, still live here on the Super Morning Show on Joy 99.7 FM with me, Winston, Amoah. And I told you we're going to have a conversation with the Ghana Revenue Authority because, look, the passage of the VAT Act 2025, Act 1151, has led to lots of conversations. You read in the news all the time the fact that moving from a 4% flat rate to 20% standard VAT will increase prices. You know, you've had Guta say, oh, some of the people who are not on VAT, they charge lower prices, we charge higher prices, so we are not getting business. Let's just pay 4% flat and then we're good to go. It's important we have a conversation on this. It's important we have an understanding of what all of this means. And this morning we've been joined by Dominic Nate, who is Chief Revenue Officer, Head of Monitoring, Domestic Tax Revenue Division, Free Zones Unit. Dominic, good morning and thank you very much for joining us.
Good morning.
I believe you're doing very well.
By God's grace, I'm doing well.
Great. So let's start this way, okay? Let's have this understanding. What's the rationale? The idea behind the passage of the VAT Act 2025, Act 1151?
Thank you very much. The Act was brought into existence because the last time we had a comprehensive review of VAT was 2013.
Okay.
And after that, it has suffered a lot of amendments, making the Act fragmented. You have about 10 or more amendments scattered all over the place. So the Act 1151 came to consolidate all the fragmented amendments to make it one. And also there were a lot of distortions as a result of the amendments, cascading of the taxes and all things. So this Act has come to simplify the already existing ones that were all scattered around.
Okay. Well, while you say it simplifies, there are people who have issues. So, for instance, traders argue that moving from a 4% flat rate to 20% standard VAT will increase prices. Is this accurate?
That is not exactly correct. For us, we have seen that probably the pricing policies and the pricing methods that are being used are the cause of that. Actually, if you were paying 4% and you are now paying taxing at 20%, if you build your price according to what GRA expects you to do, there's no difference.
Okay, so let's look at building the price according to what GRA expects you to do. Break it down for us. Use any item and do the analysis for us.
Okay, so if you are a flat rate trader, if you were a flat rate trader before this amendment was done or this new act came, you were not entitled to deduct input taxes. But when you are buying from others before you sell, you are going to pay the VAT. That VAT becomes a cost. So when you are building up your cost, you take the price of the item, you add the VAT you were charged, which is the input tax, you add it to it before you add your margin, and then charge the 4% on it. But now the standard rate allows you to take input tax, so you are not supposed to add that input tax to the cost build-up. So if you buy an item, let's say 100 Ghana cedis, and then you paid a tax of 15 cedis on it, if you're a flat rate trader, that 15% you are not able to deduct as input. So you add it to your cost before you add your margin, and then charge the flat rate 4% on it.
Okay.
Now that you are a standard rate taxpayer, the law allows you to deduct all inputs that you are incurring in the form of VAT when you are purchasing. So these 15 cedis that probably you are is added as tax when you were purchasing, you don't add it to the 100. You just go straight away, add your margin or whatever profit you want to make on it to the 100, which is your original cost, and then you charge the 20%. And even after charging the 20%, you are not going to pay the entire 20% to GRA. You are going to deduct the 15 cedis that you paid as input from your new 20% that you have charged. It is the net that you are going to pay to GRA. So if you are going to get input tax deduction, you don't add that input as part of your cost.
So in fact, what you can actually do then is that even as part of your pricing, because you're going to deduct this, you can actually take it out.
Yes.
As part of your pricing, because you know this is money that you're not, it's not going to be part of your this thing. So you take that out before you charge the 20. I mean, before you
add your margin,
add your margin,
and then you charge.
So 20%. What that would mean is that, say, if you were, say, collecting, if it was 100 cedis that you've done, let me just use the 100 cedis. So if 100 cedis and you take 15% of that's 85. Okay, so it gets to 85, then you add the 20%. Okay,
you add your margin before.
Yes, you just do an analysis. So you add your margin, but if you add 20% of 85 is say 17,
yes,
that'll take it to 102.
Yes,
but if you had say 100 cedis, 4% flat rate, that is 4 cedis. It takes it to 104.
Exactly. So you can see that sometimes the flat rate is more expensive than even the standard rate.
Okay, but why are some consumers reporting price increases if the system is designed to reduce cost?
Unfortunately, probably it boils down to misunderstanding of the pricing system, as I've already explained. Those who are charging the flat standard rate are still adding the input to their cost before adding their margin, and therefore that raises the price.
Okay, that raises.
But that is not what is supposed.
That raises another concern, because if they're not supposed to do that, if they can make these claims, have you told them? Have you educated them on these?
Before a tax law comes out, we do stakeholder sensitization. We even before it is even promulgated, we do stakeholder analysis. We engage all the players in the sector or people that are going to be affected by the tax. So we do. The leadership of the traders are invited. We have discussions with them, and then after that, it goes to Parliament for the approval. And even that, when it comes out from Parliament, we still call them, we still invite them. We have workshops, and we invite them, seminars, and we invite them. Maybe the challenge is the leadership is not able to communicate appropriately to their members.
Okay.
So our offices are being mandated to also do taxpayer sensitization on their local level.
Yeah, and you see, so the point you make, you engage the leaders. The leaders may go back to the people, and the people, maybe they are not able to explain very well. Have you thought about, you're saying, your office have been asked, but have you thought about GRA leading the sensitization? So leading the education of these traders and not leaving it to their leaders?
Well, that's why last year, I think November, 5th November precisely, the Minister of Finance, together with GRA management, launched a 2-year intensive tax education program.
Yes.
At Movenpick. And since then, we have been on the road. I've been to the Volta region, I've been to the Eastern region. My colleagues are at the radio stations, inviting taxpayers on the television. We are all over the place, sensitizing and educating the taxpayers about new reforms that GRA is doing. You see, we are doing our best to educate taxpayers so that they will be complying voluntarily. Maybe we have not gotten to the level where everybody will get to know it, but I think GRA is on the ground doing this sensitization very well.
Great. Now, so you are supporting the businesses to transition smoothly.
Yes.
Through the sensitization. But how does the new VAT regime improve fairness and transparency in the market?
You see, fairness is, now we are taking off flat rates. Everybody is coming on board the standard rate. Previously, some people were on the flat rate, others were on the standard rate, and so one side feels the other is getting an advantage and all those things. Now everybody is on the standard rate. Everybody is getting input deductibility correctly done, and so the pricing mechanism is expected to be uniform. So it will be fair for everybody. Now we have also taken off a lot of traders whose threshold are below 750,000, so that they will not have the issue of the complexity in calculating the tax and all those things. They just move to the modified taxation unit, and then they are good to go. So we are not distorting anything. The fairness, previously, we also had the situation where there was the cascading of the levies, where you add the levies and then you charge the tax on the levies. All those things have been taken off to make it fair.
The challenge they raise, I mean, they raise this concern that, okay, now that you've increased the threshold to, say, 745,000.
750.
Sorry, 750,000. What it means is that for those that are below and they don't charge, so people would like to go to them and do business with them because they know when they come. And you go to the markets, you know this better than I do. You go to the markets and there are times they ask you, do you want a VAT receipt or you don't want a VAT receipt? Because then if you want a VAT receipt, that's an increase of 20%. So they also raised the concern that there are people who currently in the past, when it was 200,000, it affected all of them. Now they are not affected. So people would want to go to them and not come to the others that are affected. How are you dealing with that challenge?
Okay. So if you recollect, when you are VAT registered, you have the right to take input taxes. The fact that you are not VAT registered doesn't mean when you are buying you are not paying VAT. So when you are importing, when you are buying, you are going to pay VAT. That VAT, because you are not registered, you cannot deduct the input tax. So it becomes a cost to you. So it will be added to their cost build-up. And so the difference will be only the tax on the margin that the people put on, which is insignificant. And also, we want to nurture those below to come up so that we are not entirely forgetting about them. We will be monitoring their activities, and as and when they hit the threshold, they also come on board. So the pricing mechanism will make it fair, because if you are not a VAT registered person, all the VAT you have paid on your inputs and everything become a cost to you, and you have to add it before you charge your price.
Okay.
So the difference is not that much.
But in the long term, let's look at the long term. In the long term, what do you think will be the impact of the new VAT framework on the economy?
Okay, so the new VAT reform that we have done is going to improve businesses, because first, it has taken away the COVID levy. The effective tax rate was 21.9.
Yeah.
This new reform has brought it down to 20%. It means, and also we are also giving you the opportunity to claim the input taxes on the levies. Hitherto, you were not allowed to take input tax on the levies. So this is going to relieve the businesses to have enough cash flow, because those days when you charge the levies, you can't deduct it as input. So you go and pay straight to GRA, which affect their cash flow. So this new act or this reform is allowing them to take input of all those levies as well. So it is going to improve their finances, and we expect that this will reflect in their pricing to bring prices rather down for everybody to enjoy.
Okay.
We just need them to understand how the pricing is done, and if they are able to do that, everything will be fine.
And so let's end on what are the measurable financial benefits of the new VAT regime?
So the measurable financial benefits, as I have said, the COVID levy is gone. You have a 1% of whatever you are selling coming back to you again, and you have also the 5% of the levies that you were hitherto not allowed to deduct. Now that you are deducting, it becomes an income to you, the business operator, and also the effective rate that has reduced. You know, we were cascading it because previously you had to add the levies to the amount that you are charging before you calculate the VAT on it. Now that is not done again. We have recoupled it again, and then it is also saving you some money over there, about 0.9%. So at least it's financially going to help the business men who are doing business to have enough funds at hand to operate their businesses. It is going to relieve them entirely.
Great. Dominic Nate is Chief Revenue Officer, Head of Monitoring, Domestic Tax Revenue Division, Free Zones Unit. Anything you want to say finally before we wrap it all up?
Okay. The little I will say is every good thing is financed by money. And the state needs the revenue to do all the good things we all desire. So I'll urge every taxpayer or every registered person or every person who is supposed to register to do that as a civic responsibility. The Constitution treats all of us to pay our taxes. Demand your invoices wherever you go and buy, so that we'll be able to raise enough revenue for the development of the country. Ghana is falling far, far, far behind in our tax to GDP. When you compare to our contemporaries in the sub-Saharan Africa, we are having about just 13.5%, whilst others are 18% and getting to 22%. And it is not good for us. If we want to develop at a faster rate, then we need to up our game. And it is you and I who have to pay our taxes, register our businesses, and pay the appropriate taxes so that Ghana will be able to get to where we want to be.
There's a quick question just coming in. Are educational institutions exempted from charging VAT?
Yes, educational institutions sanctioned and approved by the Ministry of Education, their services are exempt under VAT, so they don't charge VAT. But if you are doing a consultancy and you are bringing people to train them, those ones are different. They are not educational institutions that are approved by the Ministry of Education. So in that case, you have to register and pay your VAT.
Dominic Nate, thank you very, very much for joining us this morning. Dominic Nate is Chief Revenue Officer, Head of Monitoring, Domestic Tax Revenue Division, Free Zones Unit of the Ghana Revenue Authority. This is still the Super Morning Show on Joy 99.7 FM. When we return after these messages, we're going to be getting into a conversation about the dismissal of petitions for the removal of the chairperson of the Electoral Commission and her two deputies and the special prosecutor. You wouldn't want to miss this. We'll be right back.
Yeah.
Auntie Akos. My momo is finished, but I still want to buy some pepper.
Hey, you are still stressing. You haven't heard about Extra Balance from Forms Capital?
Extra Balance? Which one is that?
It's a good way to get a small boost for your momo wallet when the pockets are dry. Extra Balance will give you a little extra money to sort yourself out till your next top up.
So, even me, I can use it?
Of course! Extra Balance helps everybody. Market women, students, small traders. No wallet left behind. With Extra Balance from Forms Capital, you get a little extra when your wallet runs low. Also, the interest is only charged for the days you actually use the money. It's part of our mission to drive community growth and financial inclusion, because when everybody can move forward, we all win. Sign up for free on the Momo app, navigate to Financial Services, Advances, and select Extra Balance to register, or dial *170#, select 5, select 3, then select 4 to activate Extra Balance. Live extra with Extra Balance.
One emotion football brings, no matter the nation, is joy. The kind that makes strangers hug and grown adults scream like children. For years, we have cheered from couches, celebrated in front of screens, promising ourselves, one day I will be there. That one day is here. Joy is not someday. Joy is not far away. Joy is here. And this June, you are going to meet it. Book your 2026 World Cup experience with Adansi Travels, because some moments are not meant to be postponed. They are meant to be lived. Call Adansi Travels now on 0595 500 817 or 0531 008 550.
Introducing the new Comfort Afterwash for Clothes. Contains a formula that makes clothes smell fresh and looking like brand new. After washing, add comfort to your rinsing water before you dry. Step out and let your clothes do the talking. Grab the sachet from a Petition shop or market near you now. Enjoy fragrance on your clothes for days. Comfort at Jibebia. This advert is FDA approved.
Watching DSTV means getting the TV you love. By staying connected, you get more. Catch all the big football games, blockbuster movies, kids shows, and endless entertainment without spending an extra peso. From 1st October 2025, pay for your subscription and get an instant upgrade to the next package. No doll and crow. Dial *759# now to stay connected. T's and C's apply. DSTV, your home of entertainment.
Remember shit that your mama made for home chocho love and watch it. Hey, back to school with Kenke. Hey, it's here, come chop today. Did this shit to home and taste? 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 Onion, ginger, garlic blend, flavor yet there. Pepper, shrimp, and fish inside. If you're DNA, no preservative, just herbs and spice. Natural we taste, spicy we eat. Did this shit to home taste? Corner, chewy taste. Matter what's your choice to make. Spicy taste like mama made. Did this shit to home taste? Did this shit to home taste? Did this shit to home taste? Did this shit to home taste?
It's the most action-packed breakfast show in town. The hottest music, the best giveaways, the great interviews, and all the laughter and fun you can imagine. Don't miss the Super Morning Show on Joy 99.7 FM. It's the best breakfast show in town.
All right, so welcome back, and thank you very much for staying with us here on the Super Morning Show on Joy 99.7 FM. And before the break, I told you we're going to get into a conversation about the dismissal of the petitions for the removal of the chairperson of the Electoral Commission and her two deputies, as well as the special prosecutor. This morning, we've been joined by Nana Ejay Bafwe, who is Member of Parliament for Menchia South. Felix Kwachio Fosu, who's Minister for Government Communications, will be joining us shortly, as well as Suleiman Abrahima, who's Executive Director of the Media Foundation for West Africa. But let me start off with you. Nana Ejay Bafwe, well, good morning, and thank you very much for joining us.
Thanks for having me. Good morning, my brother.
Great, Nana. So let's start this way. Now, What's your initial reaction to the dismissal of these petitions?
In my humble view, they are good because when you look at some of the narratives that have preceded the presentation of the petitions, it appeared as it didn't seem to be one which was well grounded. The petitions are supposed to be in camera, so the content mostly unknown. However, in this instance, snippets of what it contained had come out because of persons connected to it or interest groups that were connected to it. And so there was an idea as to the basis on which they had been sent, right? And I have always maintained that if you look at Article 146 and the decisions that have come out of it, prima facie is not a decision that should become too lightly. And I stood by that position so far as these ones were also concerned. And so I think that it is that position which seemed to be at play that, and indeed when you look at the letter from the presidency referencing portions of what the Chief Justice has stated, it is obvious that they have come to the conclusion that the threshold for prima facie, threshold for the establishment of a prima facie case under Article 146 is quite high. And so it is good, except to say that that threshold was not made to apply in the case of Justice Gertrude Tokonu. And so one would ask why the threshold was lowered in the case of Justice Tokonu, but the threshold in these instances, right, was considered to be what it should be. And so that would be the lingering question. Otherwise, it's a very good position.
Okay.
Indeed, also, what may be coming out of it, again, because of the commentary that perhaps may have preceded it, particularly in relation to the case of the Electoral Commission. If you recall, in the case of the Electoral Commission, there have been some commentaries by big wigs within the NDC, right? Mr. Mustafa Bande, Mr. Johnson, the chairman of the NDC, who have taken the position that the Electoral Commission should be removed. The Electoral Commission and her deputy should be removed. Some of us came out to say that, look, if that position is allowed to hold sway, then we are going to weaken institutions of state, right? We do not know whether the positions of these persons who are big wigs of the NDC have changed. Hence, what perhaps has happened, right? Otherwise, it may be just President Mahama wanting to now play the role of a statesman because this is his legacy here. He doesn't want it to be tainted. He doesn't want his record to be replete with removals of not just head of an organ of government, but also independent constitutional and statutory bodies.
Okay.
So perhaps this is President Mahama, right, wanting to take the high ground instead of partisan pettiness. And so it is very good.
Now, let me say that we've been joined by Felix Kwachofosu, who's Minister of State in charge of Government Communications, and also Suleiman Abrahima, who's Executive Director of the Media Foundation for West Africa. Good morning, Felix. Good morning, Suleimana.
Good morning, man. Thank you for having me.
Great. Now, let me just get back to you, Naneje Bafwewa, because you talk about, now, if you look at the letter dated 17th February 2026, addressed to one of the petitioners, it says, while the allegations raise serious constitutional and administrative questions, they do not, on their face, meet the threshold for a prima facie determination of stated misbehavior or incompetence warranting that a committee be set up to inquire into the petition. Now, they say these allegations raise serious constitutional and administrative questions. Somebody would argue, isn't that the more reason it will be important to actually set up a committee to then go into these allegations? Nanaje Bafwewa.
Exactly. Because you see, the question is there a code of conduct? If there's a code of conduct, so the allegations, are they infractions of the code of conduct? If they are not infractions of the code of conduct, are they infractions of a statute? Right? Here, there's an admission that it's an infraction of the Constitution. Right? There's an infraction of there's an administrative misjudgment. Okay? Now, are you saying that a breach of the Constitution is not an issue? Don't forget, in the case of Justice Stockholm, it was statutory breaches. In some instances, what they considered to be moral infraction, right? Or what is considered to be a breach of the expectation of the office of the Chief Justice. And so, where there has been a specific breach of the Constitution, you think that it doesn't establish a prima facie case. That is why we have stated that, look, this issue about what constitutes a prima facie breach in respect of Article 146, we think that it should be reduced into law. Unless it is reduced into law, it becomes the discretionary power of whoever is making the decision. Okay. In the case of Superior Court, judges of the Superior Court of Judicature, or heads of institutions, statutory bodies, or independent constitutional bodies that are equivalent to the position of judges of the Superior Court. Okay. It becomes the discretion of the Chief Justice. And in the case of the President, in the case of the Chief Justice, it becomes the discretion of the President in consultation with the Council of State. And this is where it is not good. Okay. Otherwise, we risk a situation where different standards are going to be applied to different people based on the disposition of whoever is exercising that discretionary power and what he thinks of that person. And so this raises fundamental questions, and I think that we need a statute to resolve these things, because we can't have a situation where different principles or standards will be applied to different Ghanaians holding the same or similar positions.
But Anaje Bafwewa, if you say based on this, you support that there probably is the need for a committee to look into it. How then do you, make the earlier comments that it's very good that the petitions have been dismissed? Because in one instance, you feel there should have been a committee. In another instance, you say it's good. How you?
In one, please. You see, we need to pay attention. Otherwise, we risk creating the impression of a contradiction. I have always held the view that it is not every infraction that will merit an Article 146 removal process or proceedings. And therefore, certain issues, we need to let them slide, right? Unless they are very grievous. And so I took the position that in the case of the Chief Justice, it was not grievous enough. And my position was supported by the likes of former Chief Justice Sophia Ekufu. In the same token, I think that, look, when you are in a position, there are certain infractions likely to commit. Are we saying that at the of the Constitution, for instance, by the President, if an impeachment proceeding should be triggered against the President? If the President is suspected, being human, to possibly breach the Constitution, right, in the course of his duty, not intentionally, but sometimes through inadvertence, and therefore it's not every constitutional breach that would merit an impeachment proceeding. I expect that the same threshold or the same standard would be applicable to other constitutional office holders or independent statutory bodies. That really is my position.
Yes, but Nana,
And
if you
position-
make the point, Nana, if you make the point that,
Please,
well,
let me answer the question. Please, let me finish so that there's no doubt. That is why I say that if we were to go by the Justice Tokonu antecedent or precedent, what would have happened would have been setting up a committee to look into this matter. But in this instance, the president has found it necessary, or the chief has seen that it is not every infraction that would merit an Article 146 proceedings. That is my position.
Okay.
So there's no ambiguity, there's no contradiction.
Okay.
It is to position that, look, we should always make the threshold higher and also accept that being human, in performing human duties, right, expected of us under the law, there will be breaches, and that it is not every breach that will necessitate removal proceedings. Otherwise, every single president of this country would have suffered an impeachment proceedings. If it cannot be done to the president, then why other institutions? So we need to be careful. The threshold should be higher. That is my position.
Okay. But if you say, for instance, Anaje Bafwewa, that based on serious constitutional questions, if the allegations raise serious constitutional questions, and serious constitutional questions would warrant further probe, doesn't that suggest that it will be important to then set up a committee to go into it?
Otherwise, there wouldn't have been the need to establish a prima facie case. The necessity to establish a prima facie case is for somebody to pass a judgment based on the threshold, which threshold continue to be imaginary. It is on that score that we say that to ensure that there is no abuse of discretionary power and discrimination in the exercise of that discretionary power. That is why there should be a statute. But the necessity to establish a prima facie tells you that it is not in every situation that a committee would have to be constituted. However, when you judge it by a certain precedent where the threshold was lower, and in this instance, where we appear to be raising the threshold, then the question would be, right, is the discretion being exercised fairly in a candid manner, in a manner which is not capricious? If that then is the case, then we need to ensure that we avoid the abuse of discretionary power in the exercise of the 146 duties. That is why I have consistently recommended reducing that into a statute. At the very least, there should be a CI governing the exercise of that discretion so that it's removed from abuse.
Okay, great. So let me bring in Suleiman Abrahama in at this point, and then I'll get to Honorable Felix Kwachofosu. But Suleiman, so briefly, what do you make your initial thoughts on the dismissal of these petitions?
Well, thank you very much. I think that in building our country, we've chosen to be governed under a constitution. And the constitution prescribes what has to happen at any time when there are concerns, such as people not feeling that somebody is performing their role very well, or people having evidence against someone, for which reason they would think the person has to be removed. In this case, we are talking about the EC leadership, the chairman, the chairperson, and the two deputies, and the office of the special prosecutor. And I think that the Constitution under 146 makes it clear the processes to be followed. And it is good to note that the processes were followed. Now, the Chief Justice, who is mandated by law, by the Constitution, to look into the complaints and establish whether there is a prima facie case or not, comes out to say there isn't. And the President, therefore, cannot do anything the Chief Justice cannot proceed to establish any committee as required by law. And so for me, what is fulfilling is the fact that we are at a time when institutions are working, the laws are working the way they are supposed to work, and we have moved on from the period when things were so predictable that if, for example, on June 25, Esidun Ketia on one of your networks did say emphatically that the leadership of the EC must go. The chairperson and the two deputies must go. At a different point, the general secretary of the party had said the same thing, and at another point, another person from the leadership of the party had said the same thing. I believe maybe if it was another some time ago, one would have said, well, given this, it is so predictable that this is what is going to happen. And so for me, it is gratifying to see a situation where the leadership of the party appear to have taken a certain position. A petition has been filed. The president acts on the petition as required by law. The Chief Justice, on the other hand, does what he has to do. And as per law, the matter has been established. The matter has been concluded. And so for me, this is the country built. And the Chief Justice, in his conclusion, as captured in the letter that you referenced to one of the petitioners, makes it very clear that, yes, some serious constitutional questions are raised. But to think that or to say that somebody or an institution's performance is very controversial, is suboptimal, is not to the satisfaction of a certain group or something like that, cannot absolutely constitute grounds for, to say the threshold has been met, and therefore a committee cannot be established. And let me touch on the bit about the portion that says some serious constitutional questions have been raised. I think the wording is important. Having constitutional questions raised, I think, is different from raising issues of constitutional breaches. For example, SAL. I think we were all unhappy that we have a particular part of the country not represented in Parliament for 4 years. Ablekuma North. I think we were all unhappy that for 6 months, a constituency in the country was not represented in Parliament. And of course, the Constitution makes it clear that every jurisdiction in this country shall be represented in Parliament. So to say that one, part of this country, South, was not represented in Parliament for 4 years definitely raises a constitutional question of lack of representation. But what accounted for that? The administrative issues that happened and all of that. Was it a constitutional breach? And so it's important to differentiate between an act of constitutional breach, which I definitely think should therefore merit an inquiry, from an issue that raises a constitutional question. If there's a constitutional question, we need to address the constitutional question, but not to interpret that as a definitive breach of the Constitution.
Sullivan, yes.
Winston, let me make this point quickly. Unless there's a constitutional question, there will be no determination as to whether or not a constitution has been breached. So they are not distinct. They may be distinct, but not mutually exclusive. Because a constitutional question is the foundation upon which a determination is made whether or not there is a constitutional breach. Right? And so, if there is a constitutional question, then it might be necessary to determine whether or not there is a constitutional breach. And the breach may be another foundation to determine whether or not a prima facie, it constitutes a prima facie case against a particular person against whom a petition has been submitted. And so, very respectfully, I wanted to correct that position. Now, to say that, because I'm going to go into courtroom very soon. Let me make this point quickly, and I'll go. To say that we have moved from an era where the system was so predictable, I think that we I think that might be quite prejudicial, for want of a better word. Very respectfully, if you have a better word, you can fill it in for me. Uncertainty itself is predictability. When you have a situation where the situation is uncertain, right? It is predictable because you know that in this situation it is uncertain. So uncertainty in and of itself is predictability. That said, what is also predictable, right? What was predictable in the past, right? For instance, a petition was sent for the removal of Justice Gertrude Tokomi. Okay. The previous administration, in consultation with the Council of State, found no prima facie case in that instance. Today, there's a petition pending against the CJ. What has government done about it? The petition has been ignored. And so, if you come and say that previously there was predictability, today there's predictability as far as the government's position in respect of a petition against the current Chief Justice is also concerned.
Okay.
And so let's not very respectfully overlook certain facts and create an impression that something is happening today that didn't happen yesterday.
Nana,
there was a petition, even under Nana Akufo-Addo's government, the petition that was brought against Justice Tokono, there was an elaborate ruling, an elaborate reason as to why it did not establish a prima facie case. Today we are even denied that. And so between the two, where somebody will exercise a discretionary power but will not exercise it in a vacuum, but provide reasons as to why he was exercising that power in a certain manner. And today, when we are not given any reason at all, today, a Chief Justice of the Republic has been removed, and the President has not uttered a single word on such an important happening. Please, look.
Nana Jebafo, before you go,
which is not biased.
Nana respectfully. Before you go, there's been lots of messages, questions to you that I ask you because you say that some of these things may not be a prima facie evidence, but a lot of people have asked, so was Charlotte Osei's offense a grievous one to warrant her dismissal? They say I should ask you.
What was Charlotte Osei's offense? It was a breach of the Public Procurement Act.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Mm-hmm.
That was the case. Was it not the case?
Yes.
The question would be, when you breach the Public Procurement Act, what is the consequence? When you breach the Public Procurement Act, it's a criminal offense. It is a criminal offense to breach the Public Procurement Act. It is for all of us to determine whether a breach of or a commission of an act that constitutes a crime amounts to a prima facie case. It is for all of us to determine. Right? And so you have to look at it from this perspective. Is it possible for a person holding an office to be convicted, go to jail, come back and serve in the same office? Is it possible?
Tell me, is it possible?
No, I'm asking you, is it possible?
And I'm throwing it back to you.
No, I'm saying, how would you find it? Will you find it acceptable that a person is convicted, right, goes to jail, comes back to serve as the Chief Justice of the Republic of Ghana, goes to jail, comes back to serve as the Special Prosecutor, goes to jail, comes back to serve as the Electoral Commissioner? Do we as a nation find it acceptable? If we find it acceptable, then you would say that the removal of Charlotte Osei was not wrong. But if we don't find it acceptable, and there is no challenge as to whether or not indeed there was a breach of the Public Procurement Act, then of course there is a case. It is for us to judge.
Okay, hold on a bit. Let me just bring in Felix.
I'm going into court, so please.
Okay.
Excuse me. Okay.
Winston,
thank you very much for calling me.
Sure.
If I may just briefly react to some of the positions or statements made by my.
Yes, Sulemana, yes, go ahead. Hello, Sulemana? Okay. Maybe we could just get to Felix Kwachofosu. I think we've lost all of them. We'll try and call everybody. We'll call Sulemana and also call Felix Kwachofosu so we can continue with the conversation. But in the meantime, the Board of Governors and Management of Abo Senior High School, Abosco, warmly invite all past students, management staff, and the general public to the 60th anniversary celebration of the school. It's on Saturday, the 21st of February, 2026, 9 a.m. at the school park. Theme: 60 years of impactful journey, providing transformative secondary education through indigenous values and the 21st century skills. We look forward to celebrating this remarkable milestone with you. And time for our pension tip for today on voluntary schemes, and employees can contribute additional 16.5% of their basic salary to a voluntary pension, a provident fund. Self-employed can contribute any amount at their own pace to a personal scheme. Periodically update your records with both SNIT and the corporate trustees anytime there's a change in your status or records. Check your statements regularly to ensure there are no gaps in contribution payments, and inform NPRA of any irregularities. Don't wait till you're about to retire. NPRA, ensuring retirement income security. Okay, so we have Sulemana Brahma back and Felix Kwachofosu. So yes, Sulemana, you wanted to make a point. Please go ahead.
Yes, I actually don't know at what point the line dropped off, but I was making the point about Honorable Bafwe's point about uncertainty being predictable. I don't think that uncertainty is predictable. I mean, if there's a match between Barcelona and Inter Milan or whatever, and these two teams are known to, at different times win, I don't think that we can say, well, it's uncertain, but it's predictable. I think that is quite contradictory. The other point is the distinction between the point that the CJ makes, that constitutional questions have been raised versus constitutional breaches have occurred. I see these to be two different. But in Honorable Ewu's trying to counter that, says, well, when there are constitutional questions raised, that might be grounds for establishing a committee to go into the matter. But the use of the word might in itself suggests to you that it's not a must. Then the CJ concludes that, well, as far as his inquiry into the matter is concerned, there isn't anything established to be able to warrant the establishment of a committee. And remember, the CJ cannot go on to say, I am establishing a committee to establish whether a prima facie case exists. As soon as the CJ establishes a committee, what that means is that the CJ has established that there is a prima facie case and the committee must go into it. But Honorable Ewua makes it look like, well, if there were constitutional breaches, that would be the reason, or that might be the reason to establish a committee to go into it to find out whether there's a prima facie case. I don't think that is the position of the law, even though I'm not a lawyer. For me, as I said, the most important thing is that as a democracy, we want institutions to work independently. And not only working independently, but be seen to be working independently. And for me, if you have a situation where, for example, the leadership in parliament of the ruling party, a supermajority ruling party, decides to introduce a bill in parliament to sort of remove the law that establishes the office of the special prosecutor. And then the president steps in, and that whole process is abrogated. You have a situation where the leadership, the core leadership of the ruling party, decides that we want this person to go. In our view, we think these people must go. They have been unfit for purpose, and so on and so forth. Then the process is triggered, a petition is filed, the president acts on the petition by forwarding it to the Chief Justice as required by law. The Chief Justice says, well, these petitions do not establish grounds for a prima facie, and therefore the matter ends. And the president decides to go by that, of course, has no choice. I think my colleague, my friend, also talked about Tokonu quite a lot. I believe that we need to let audience know at least the little distinction between the two. In the case of Tokonu, the Constitution says under Article 146(6) that if the matter is about removing the Chief Justice, the President, in consultation with the Council of State, will establish a committee. And then the membership of the committee, who is supposed to be on, not in terms of the individuals, but so 2 Supreme Court justices, one of whom shall be the chairperson and so on. The president goes ahead to do that. And then the Constitution says that when the committee makes its recommendation or its decision, the president shall go by it. The committee decides that, well, the Chief Justice should be removed. And what do we expect the president to do? The president should say, no, I disagree, and breach the Constitution. So I think the differences are clear.
Okay.
In the context of these ones, it is the Chief Justice who will look into it. If there's a prima facie case, the Chief Justice will go ahead and establish a committee, and then the committee will come up with a report, present it to the Chief Justice, and then the decisions are made. So I think it is important, even as there are disagreements over processes and how the former Chief Justice was removed and so on, we should not confuse people as though the processes are the same.
Okay, let me bring in Felix Kwachofosu, who's Minister of State in charge of government communications. We're told that Felix is not on now, and so let's continue. But Suleimana, so the point about constitutional questions. Now, if for something to want a prima facie evidence is the fact that there probably are questions to be answered, then the committee would establish that. So if on the face of it, there are constitutional and administrative questions, is that not enough reason to say, let's go into it and then determine whether these questions amount to breaches or otherwise?
Well, Winston, you see, I don't think that our Constitution is a perfect document. And I believe that is why over the period, there have been different attempts to try and review or revise our Constitution. Under President Mills, there was an effort. Under President Akufo-Addo, there was an effort. And under Mahama now, there has also been a process to try and review the Constitution. So at all times, I believe that there will be issues that raise constitutional questions in terms of, does the Constitution make provision for this? In doing this, does it not sort of raise issues that will require that the Constitution is amended this way or amended that way to tighten it up? So, for example, when Honorable Bafo was speaking, he made the point that he is of the position that Article 146 or the processes outlined for the removal of certain category of persons needs to be codified, that it needs to be backed by law and all of that. What that suggests is that for some people, there are constitutional issues that need to be addressed in order to tighten up that whole process of deciding when to remove and when not to remove someone. So our Constitution is not a perfect document. There will be questions at all times. What for me is critical is if there is a constitutional breach. Indeed, if there's a constitutional breach, then whether we agree with the Constitution or we don't agree with the Constitution, there's nothing we can do but to inquire into the matter. In which case, talking about this particular development, then the Chief Justice would have had no option but to say that, well, since there's a constitutional breach, the matter should be looked at and a committee is established for the committee to come up with its findings. But I don't think we should interpret issues raising constitutional questions to be something that amounts to constitutional breaches per se.
Okay. Suleimana, finally, why is this decision relevant for our democracy?
Well, I think in a democracy, when you find that institutions are independent and strong, I think that is really helpful. And to have a situation where, as I said earlier, you have the leadership of the ruling party making a decision. And of course, we've come from a period when, right in the days of the NDC in opposition, the commentary and so on and so forth was absolutely not too good for the Electoral Commission. Again, to be honest, we got to a point where almost every decision of the NDC, of the EC, was sort of always in line with what the MPP says their position is. So whether it is about whether people can use their birth sets to decide to validate their citizenship, and all the decisions, that were made. It got to a point where it was almost like, okay, the EC says this, the MPP says we agree. The MPP says this, and it appears to be the same position as the EC. I think at that point, the NDC expressed a lot of concerns, antagonism, which is not unique, because at all times, the opposition would always be against the EC or speak against the EC's decision, and we are beginning to see that now. So if we've gone through all this, and then the party comes to power, and the leadership of the party says these people must go, and then a process is rolled out in the end, the Chief Justice says, well, nothing has been established, and the person, the people stay in power. And remember that we are also talking about a Chief Justice who was recently appointed under the same government. So for me, it is fulfilling that we have institutions that appear to be independent, strong. Not too long ago, the Supreme Court, for example, made a decision about the Pandai decision by the High Court. And I think that was, again, another evidence of institutions working. It is not about the wishes of the government in power. It is about what the law says, and it's about the interpretation of the adjudicating bodies. And that, for me, is what would make our democracy strong and resilient. And that's why I'm happy about this decision.
Thank you very, very much, Suleiman Abrahima, for joining us this morning. Suleiman Abrahima is Executive Director of the Media Foundation for West Africa. Now, when we return after these messages, it's time for you to also tell us what your thoughts are, okay? Keep your messages coming. Send it to us on WhatsApp 05511119997. What do you make of the dismissal of these petitions? But also, we bring you Roads of Peril with a focus this time on the Kwabenya Brekusu Ketasi Road again, because we started that last week. All coming up after these.
Hello, Ghana. Are you ready for the Joy News Impact Makers Awards 2026? The time is now. Nominations are officially open. Yes, who is that community hero in your corner? Who is that selfless individual bringing hope, dignity, and smiles to your community? Do you believe he or she deserves a national or even global recognition? Then don't wait. Send us a link or short videos and pictures showcasing the works of your impact maker, together with a one-page write-up detailing how this ordinary person is making life better for you and your community. Email your nomination to impact.makersawards@myjoyonline.com. Remember, it's strictly one nomination, one entry per person, so make sure the nominee is your best. Nomination closes on 28th of February 2026. This is your chance to put the spotlight on a community champion making real impact. Don't miss it. Joy News Impact Makers Awards, celebrating ordinary people making extraordinary impacts.
It's the most action-packed breakfast show in town. The hottest music, the best giveaways, the great interviews, and all the laughter and fun you can imagine. Don't miss the Super Morning Show on Joy 99.7 FM. It's the best breakfast show in town. It's the most action-packed breakfast show in town. The hottest music, the best giveaways, the great interviews, and all the laughter and fun you can imagine. Don't miss the Super Morning Show on Joy 99.7 FM. It's the best breakfast show in town. Coffee in your cup and Joy on the set. The Super Morning Show is always the best bet on Joy 99.7 FM.
Mami wako agency, oh.
Coffee in your cup. Enjoy on the set. The Super Morning Show is always the best bet. On Joy 99.7 Coffee in your cup. Enjoy on the set. The Super Morning Show is always the best bet. Joy 99.7 FM.
I want you to take a baby and a zumba, you know. Anything I may say, baby, I made true, dear. My parents, me, I don't forget. I bet them me, I bet you myself, I say. I say, oh, so, I'm on the mirror. If it's a matcha, come on, pepper, Nina, cause you matcha, my pepper, Nina, cause you Nipoto, yeah. I'm funny to my baby, don't trust on the other him. Say, you don't know that me, I'm come up by. A friend of him, I'm on the sofa, me, all of him. Say, you don't know that me, I'm come up by. A friend of him, I'm on the sofa, me, all of him. Oh, me, let's shut you. I miss you, man. Oh, me, let's shut you. I miss you,
Still live here on the Super Morning Show on Joy 99.7 FM. Hey, Samuel Dami. Now, have you heard about the Foreign Information Manipulation Interference, simply called FIMI? If you haven't, then beware. A serious form of disinformation is gradually eroding trusted democratic structures across the globe and West Africa in particular. FIMI, that's FIMI campaigns, rely on foreign actors or their local proxies to create instability. So the next time you hear or read about a viral or trendy narrative on social or traditional media, pause, check the source, verify the content before you share. If at all you need to, save our democracy and guard your own freedom. This is an EU Dubawa campaign against FIMI. So let me ask you, what chapter are you on in this, your 2026 story? Is it a chapter of new plans, fresh starts, or finally saying yes to the things you've been putting off? Well, with ABSA, you're supported at every step with tailored banking and finance solutions with loans, credit cards, and digital banking that help you save, plan ahead, and take control of life's big and small moments. So, whatever chapter you're writing this year, let it end in a yes with ABSA. Your story matters. ABSA. And get ready to boost your career with Chartered Institute of Management Accountants, CIMA. Now, whether you're fresh out of university or climbing the corporate ladder, CIMA gives you real-world skills, global recognition, and a powerful network of over 689,000 professionals in 190 countries. And while you learn, unlock leadership and digital finance skills and become a chartered global management accountant. No boring lectures. Enjoy flexible, self-paced online learning. Study anytime and anywhere. Visit aicpa-cima.com or call 0263011992. Chartered Institute of Management Accountants, one CIMA qualification, countless career opportunities. But if you need fuel, make that smart stop at Star Oil, Ghana's largest oil marketing company with over 240 stations nationwide. Star Oil gives you high quality fuel, great service, and real value for money. And this is why many Ghanaians are switching to Star Oil. And with a Star card, you can enjoy safe, cashless fueling and easy expense tracking. Wherever you go, choose Star Oil for your quality and affordable fuels. Now, let's get into your messages. Keep them coming. 055-1111-997 on WhatsApp. Now, this one says, these people who think that a mere procurement issue is enough to remove EC chair but preach threshold. Okay. Thank you very, very much. Let's do more of your messages here on the Super Morning Show. Okay, let me just get into the messages this morning. This one says, the special prosecutor from at Ola _Kpaku on X. The special prosecutor one was very frivolous. Glad it's been dismissed. When did that institution rather strengthen? And at Safo Crackman says Jean Mensah is clean, period. The NDC misled a section of Ghanaians about the EC. At fitness_BX says no be small testimony Jean Mensah go give. What God cannot do ampa. And this one at Nana_Kese says this is such a shocker to me. I always believed Jean Mensah was a working dead man. I really, as in leaving her office, I really hope this can bring an end to this cycle of antagonism and eventually removing appointees of this nature. Okay, let's get back onto the phone lines. Eduji Kojo Tamaklo is the CEO of the National Petroleum Authority, but head of legal of the NDC as well. Eduji, good morning. Thank you very much for joining us.
My brother Winston. Is that Winston?
Yes, it's me, Eduji.
Oh, good morning.
Good morning. I believe you're fine this morning. So let's get straight into it. Because you are Director of Legal Affairs also, there are some who've raised legal questions. They've said, well, if the letter says this raises serious constitutional and administrative questions, why not put in place a committee to then find out whether these questions amount to breaches, but rather say these constitutional questions don't warrant a prima facie, and that's the end of it?
Okay, so first of all, let me make a point or clarify two issues. As you are aware, the NDC, as a corporate body, has not put any petition for the removal of anybody as we speak.
Yes.
I also want to make the point that the position of the NDC as to the conduct or otherwise of the Electoral Commission over the past 5 years is a matter of public record. I want to make the point that the National Democratic Congress still believes that the current composition of the Electoral Commission and how they have conducted their over the past 5 years leaves much to desire. That said, I have read the statement from the office of the President, and I've also read the letter or the communication on the green letter for the avoidance of that.
Yeah.
In that, you see a certain communication. And Winston, if you permit me, I just want to read a portion of that, which is in quotes. While the allegations raise serious constitutional and administrative questions, they do not, on their face, meet the threshold required for a prima facie determination of stated misbehavior or incompetence, warranting that a committee be set up to inquire into this whole matter. You understand?
Yeah.
Into this whole matter.
I'm listening.
And that appears to be the position taken by His Lordship, the Chief Justice, who under Article 146 has the power when it comes to chairpersons and commissioners of the Electoral Commission to make the prima facie determination. So, at the barest minimum, these were not determinations made by the President. The President, at this point, is just, to borrow somebody's word, a conveyor belt.
Okay.
The constitutional issues raised, and because of how our current 1992 Constitution is structured, It clearly says that when there are constitutional issues, right, you should go and invoke Article 2 of the Constitution to make a determination as to the constitutionality or otherwise.
Okay.
And so you notice that in the overall framework of the Constitution, stated misbehavior is different from a straight constitutional interpretation. And the Supreme Court has always cleverly run away from any writ couched to make an inquiry into stated misbehavior disguised as a writ. So if you recall, you remember the famous Ghana Bar Association and the Attorney General decision, popularly called the Urban case, where the Ghana Bar Association, desirous of getting Chief Justice Urban then removed, quickly put before the Supreme Court a writ of summons and the accompanying reliefs. But the Supreme Court immediately realized that the overall net effect is to try use the original jurisdiction of the Supreme Court to make an inquiry into stated misbehavior and incompetence. So the court cleverly said, no, we can see through what the Ghana Bar Association is up to. It is a constitution, it is an Article 146 matter that they have disguised and brought before us as a writ action. And consistent acted Pontius Pilate and dismissed the action. From what I am reading, it does appear that the Chief Justice has taken the position that the matters in there raise very serious administrative and constitutional issues. And so possibly the forum is not Article 146. And that those matters can be litigated in a different place other than the Apex Court. Now, I think we all need to exercise a bit of caution, possibly how we look at this. And why do I say so? And this has always been my personal position. I remember when the petition came for the removal of Madame Charlotte Hosea, and there were no specific allegations of, say, personal use of public funds, but that there were breaches of the Procurement Act as alleged there. The view some of us canvassed at that time was that the Public Procurement Act itself envisaged instances where there will be procurement infractions. So if you note, Sections 90 to 92 of the Procurement Act provides a mechanism for addressing alleged breaches of the Procurement Act, which includes the Public Procurement Act setting up an internal audit, the audit to investigate the alleged procurement infractions, and once those determinations are made, the Public Procurement Authority has the power to set aside, that is, cancel the said procurement, or call for what is called ratification, or rectify the said mistake, among such others that are provided under the statute. So the view some of us took at that time was that if it was a case of theft, allegations made against Madame Charlotte Hosea at that time, that could warrant a prima facie determination or blatant abuse of her office. That will warrant a prima facie determination. But if it was a straight case of breaches of the Procurement Act, then there are remedies provided under the Procurement Act, which should have been the first recourse. Until then, before you can trigger the impeachment proceedings. At that time, it was a convenient argument to say, and I recall vividly, when Abdul Malik Kutibakon caused a writ to be issued to the Supreme Court and raised those issues with his lawyer Samson Ladi Ayemene. When the matter came out for hearing, I remember vividly one of the Supreme Court judges asked them, are you saying that a public authority or officer who breaches the Procurement Act cannot be stated with behavior? And that is how that fell out of the Supreme Court, in a very, with respect, cavalier manner, dismissed the COCOBOD matter where my senior Samson Ladi was the lawyer. And that's how it ended. I felt it was a proper opportunity for the court to set proper thresholds for prima facie determination. And without clear thresholds, it leaves a certain amount of quote-unquote discretion for the person making that determination to say, this one, I see a prima facie, this one, I do not see. And if you read the quotation referenced earlier, you will notice that words like grave, serious, repeat, you see a repetition of those words in the release.
Yeah.
What constitutes a serious misconduct? What constitutes a grave misconduct to warrant? Is it one that is whimsical? Is it one that is left for anybody to make a determination? Over the period, regrettably, there has not been proper guidelines.
Yes, but
on some of these issues.
Yes, before you continue, because you make the point, and I look at it, and the conclusion: the allegations disclose disputes over constitutional interpretation, administrative judgment, and institutional response to complex transitional arrangements, rather than conduct so grave that is so grave, personal, and culpable as to justify a prima facie determination for removal proceedings.
And also, they attach the question of personal.
Yes.
Personal.
So my question to you is that,
yes,
from a legal point of view, and if we were to add the quote here that says, while the allegations raise serious constitutional and administrative questions, from a legal point of view, don't these constitutional and administrative questions raised in the petition warrant the need to further investigate to determine the breach or otherwise?
Again, like I said earlier, current constitutional framework, for instance, says, Article 23, if an administrative body acts contrary to the rules of natural justice, the rules on administrative fairness, a person has the opportunity to go to the High Court for a determination to that effect. Would that be grounds for a removal? That's a different thing. Two, you also know that the Constitution itself says, if a conduct is unconstitutional, come to the Supreme Court for a determination to that effect. Now, these are the inherent dangers. Now, if at any time that the Supreme Court pronounces that the conduct of a public officer is unconstitutional, and if that becomes the basis for a prima facie determination, no constitutionally protected person will be safe. And I'll give you an example. From the time Dr. Afarijan was the EC chairperson, there was a case for commodities versus the Electoral Commission and Attorney General. Whereupon, the Electoral Commission, I think the 1996 election, on the use of voter ID card and the time for registration, Kennedy came back and said, look, you need to be registered in order to participate in the election. The commission said the time for that has elapsed. I should think you were represented by Nana Addo at that time. They approached the because of the view that the right to vote was so fundamental that administrative convenience and others could not be used to deny Kennedy the opportunity to be registered to vote, and therefore declared the conduct of the EC then as unconstitutional. Should that be grounds for the removal of Afarijan? Two, we are all aware of the Abu Ramadan line of cases where the Electoral Commission much earlier allowed the use of NHIS card for the purposes of proving citizenship. You recall? Eventually, the Supreme Court took the view that the use of the NHIS card for proof of citizenship under Article 42 was unconstitutional. Should that be the grounds for the removal of the Electoral Commission and its commissioners at that time? And so it's important to draw a clear distinction between a conduct that is unconstitutional on the face of it and a President Nana Dankwa Akufo-Addo took the decision at that time. And if you recall, of his oath of office. What are the consequences that flow from a breach? It's always important that we are building a constitutional democracy, which requires that the fine edges of the Constitution, sometimes we find a way of addressing it. I believe at a personal level that the current composition of the Electoral Commission have not lived up to expectation. As to whether that constitutes grounds for their removal is a different matter.
Okay. Thank you very, very much, Godwin Tamaklo, Ediji Tamaklo, for joining us this morning. We're grateful.
Thank you so much for the opportunity.
Sure. Well, still live here on the Super Morning Show on Joy 99.7 FM. Keep your messages coming. But have you guys heard the latest from MTN? If not, then listen. Because for those of you that loved MTN Free After One, prepare for the upgraded experience that is MTN Free After One Extra. Now let me tell you what the Extra is all about. With MTN Free After One Extra, you can talk for 1 whole hour uninterrupted while paying for only the first minute of every 10 minutes that you talk, which means for every 10 minutes you talk within the hour, you only pay for the first minute, and you get to talk for 60 minutes straight with no interruptions. You like what you hear, of course. Well, as if that's not enough, you get 100 megabytes of free data after your first call on Saturdays. So you see, now is the time to talk extra with the people you love. To subscribe to MTN Free After One Extra, just dial *550# and follow the prompts. *550# and follow the prompts. But Kingdom Books and Stationery Limited, your number one supplier of quality office essentials, equipment, and furniture at affordable prices, has introduced an online store for your shopping convenience, which means you can now shop by simply logging on to kingdomstoreonline.com without physically coming to any of their branches. It's hassle-free, and they will arrange delivery to your home and office within a reasonable time. They offer free delivery within Accra and Tema and accept payment via Momo across all networks. Terms and conditions, however, apply. At Kingdom, quality and affordability are their hallmarks. So stay with us. We'll be right back. And still to come here on the Super Morning Show, our Roads of Peril campaign. And this morning, our focus is on the Kwabenya Brusu Ketase stretch. That's a dusty road, deplorable state, and pupils going to school have to contend with the dust on daily basis, resulting in respiratory diseases.
A cry for help.
Please tell the president to fix this road for us. The dust is affecting our health.
A hospital struggling under the effects of a bad road.
We have respiratory tract infections. We have respiratory tract infections, both and as well.
Between 2000, we've lost almost about 105 students. We apply on this, the nature and state of the road.
Is the Brusu Road. To and from school should be uncomfortable. These young ones in Brusu is every day along with this untouched, bracing themselves for the passing vehicle. When a vehicle approaches, they pause and cover their faces, knowing that once it passes, dust will follow. Malpemo says he's allergic to the dust and is worried about what constant exposure could do for his health.
The cars are going. It comes straight. It comes straight. It makes it itch me. Sometimes I have sight at that time, and sometimes I cough.
While filming, he approaches and insists to speak.
Why? Yes.
At the Brusu Health is the community's main health 7 Brusu and surrounding areas. Health officials say respiratory related cases.
Talking about conditions, the nature of the road, we have respiratory infections, we have bronchitis, the pneumonia, we also have asthma cases, both adults and the kids as well.
And there have been instances where there have been challenges in transporting patients during emergencies.
I or an occasion that happens way back into when a pregnant mother labor and we needed to transfer to the regional hospital for India. Placed a call to the national what because of the deplorable nature they are unable. My director put in her effort but to know. So we rely on the local transport system and the drivers to transport patients to the nearest facilities or during referral.
Sterling International, a school on the Brusu Road, has 100 pupils leaving because of the condition of the road. Kojo Aloti is the principal.
Between 2003 and now, we've lost 5 students. Just within, they go out. Some will come in and go, the twinkle of an eye, they are gone. And quite apart from this one, we apply on and look at the nature and state of the road. There are cases of respiratory related diseases that parents complain of. And eventually it leads to withdrawals. Parents would come in, would do the admissions online, and the first time they drive on this road, withdrawals. It's not been so easy for Sterling. If you look at our buildings, we have a capacity of 1,000 students. We are nowhere near even at the end, just because of withdrawals that we encounter.
Learners here share their own experiences.
Actually, I don't live around here. I live around Pokrasi Kwabinia. So I have to commute from there to school every morning. And the get spots easily because of the road. Sometimes potholes, and it's easy for this morning. We had a flat tire, so we got. Now the bus, are really different because of the road. You can be on the bus. We are inhaling a lot as you're on the bus, so we can be randomly hear 5 people sneeze at once. We all get sick sometimes. The weather is cold as well. It can cause some of us sick. Some of us asthmatic as well. It's really not a good thing with the current state of the road.
The potholes and the dust are not able to come and visit their in the school. And when they come to visit, their cars will spots on the way here and it gets dirty. We would like for the government to fix the road as fast as possible.
From children on their way to school, health facility managing respiratory cases, referrals complicate. The cost of this road is being counted in more ways than one. Joy News, I am
links the Greater Accra to the Eastern region easily. Now, let me tell you about the Noguchi Memorial Institute for Medical Research, which is inviting you to the Quality Week 2026 under the theme Sustainability Beyond Accreditation. It's on Monday, the 23rd of February, 2026 at 9 a.m. at the Noguchi Memorial Institute for Medical Research Conference Hall. The event will be graced by Emmanuel Amakofibua with a keynote address by Yaon Sakon, former Executive Vice President at Unilever. It will be hosted by Professor Dorothy Yeboah Menu and chaired by Professor Alfred Yorson. Quality Week 2026, moving beyond accreditation to lasting excellence. All stakeholders are invited. And this March, Lady Sam hosts the 7th International Women's Day Conference, Include Her 2026, an exclusive, strictly by invitation event spotlighting women's voices, rights, and leadership, which is in conjunction with the 2nd Shime Star Influential Awards, where leaders shine. The event takes place on Thursday, 5th March, from 8 a.m. to 11 a.m. The theme, Include Her, Her Rights, Her Voice, Our Action. The event features an inspiring lineup of speakers, including Patience Osekre, Sonia Ibrahim, and other distinguished voices. Strictly by invitation. Include Her, because women deserve to be seen, heard, and included, and they're supported by the Multimedia Group as well as Business and Financial Times. And the Infanspim Old Boys Association MOBA will hold its 11th MOBA Annual National Conference on Saturday, 21st February 2026 at the Accra Red Church Conference Room at 9 a.m. prompt. Guest speaker Nana Sambru Butler, MOBA 1969. All old boys must make it a point to attend. Send a message via WhatsApp to 0503-186258. For registration details, official hashtag is MANC. That's MANC 2026. Kwabotre Jin Shekan. And the Joy News Impact Makers Award 2026 nominations are open. Do you know a community hero changing lives with selfless service? Nominate them now. Submit short videos, photos, and a one-page write-up to impact.makersawards@myjoyonline.com. It's strictly one nomination per person. Deadline for nomination is the 28th of February 2026. Joy News Impact Makers, celebrating ordinary people making extraordinary impacts. And that nationwide recognition starts here. But Charlie, from the Sith to the, let me tell you, imagine waking up to fresh forest air, wildlife just a few steps away, and breakfast served in the heart of nature. This March, Joy FM is inviting you to escape the city properly. Friday 20th and Saturday 21st March, we're taking you to the Joy FM Safari Experience 2026, a 2-day luxury adventure through Aqua Safari and Safari Valley. Picture this. We head to Aqua Safari, lakeside brunch, island boat rides, Segway adventures, and just when you think it can't get better, we head to Safari Eco Park or the Safari Valley for pure relaxation at the evening bonfire and fun luxury cabins tucked into nature. Then we rise early for a sunrise hike along the Akuapem Ridge. Breathtaking views, golden light, and unforgettable moments. Guided wildlife encounters. This is not just a trip, it's nature, comfort, and adventure curated the Joy FM way. Joy FM Safari Experience 2026, 20th to 21st March. Limited spaces, premium experience. Single 5,000, double 8,000. Call or WhatsApp 11 on 053-100-3813 now to book your slot. Be part of this unforgettable escape, because sometimes the best way to reset is to get lost in nature in style. Still live here on the Super Morning Show on Joy 99.7 FM with me, Winston Amoah. And this one says, happy birthday to my lovely wife, Mrs. Dorothy Kwashi. For all the times you've been there supporting and cheering me on, I wish you the happiest of birthdays, dear. May the Lord perfect all that concerns you as you celebrate this occasion. And it's from your husband, Samuel Kwashi, CEO, Elegant Homes and General Construction, and also from the management and staff of the Multimedia Group. A belated happy birthday to Miss Shirley Kum, Head of Corporate Communications, Vivo Energies Ghana. And before we go, this one says, please wish my husband, friend, and wonderful father of my J Squad a happy birthday. Samuel Asamoah, a rock and courage, an absolute amazing friend. You are a blessing and we appreciate you. From Petra, Jaden, Joy, and Joel. Folks, that's all from us here on the Super Morning Show. On behalf of the team, my name is Winston Amoah. Coming up is the news at 10 and then the Cosmopolitan Mix. But